All right, we are live. Thank you for joining us, everyone. Today we're going to be asking the question whether the mainstream media, the mass media is fair to Islam. We often tend to think of media bias only in terms of the news, where, for example, they don't cover Christian persecution, but they cover persecution of minority groups such as Muslims, but not exclusively Muslims. But in fact, the news is just one small piece of the media. We're going to be looking at how Hollywood has been painting a picture of Islam and especially of Christianity for, the last 100 years or so. How they've been subtly leading people away from Christianity by portraying it as closed-minded, evil, or mostly just plain weird, that only weird people are part of Christianity. At the same time, they've been painting a picture of Islam, which tends to be highly favorable. So we're going to be digging into all of that today. Right now, we have a poll that you can vote in that I just opened up. Whether you think that Islam has been, by and large, of course, there's incidents of positivity and negativity in the media, but in totality, do you think that Islam is painted positively, negatively, or if you don't really have an answer, but you want to see the results, you can vote neutral / I'm not sure. Before we get into any of that, though, let me open us up with a word of prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for this time together. We thank you for the technology that allows us to connect with people all around the world, people with diverse ideas. We ask that you be with us today and that you guide our discussion, that you help us uncover the truth, that whatever we say that is false is forgotten, but whatever we say that is true is remembered and applied to people's discussions. We ask that you guide those who are listening as well to uncover what is true, that they not simply take their preconceived notions into the video, but rather they judge the content for its own worth, whether that be positive or negative. We ask that you be with us and that you strengthen us, and we ask that the technology work well today. We ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so as you may have seen, I have a brand new contributor to the channel today, Nick or Nicodemus. Welcome to the channel.
Thank you, Thaddeus, and thank you again very much for having me. As you know, I've been looking forward to this. We scheduled this about a couple of weeks ago, and I've bombarded you with I don't know how many emails. I apologize for that, and thank you for your patience and your cooperation and giving me this opportunity and all the support and help you've given me. So I'd like to start things off with a little get to know you session with the viewers. I can't see the chat myself, so I'm going to have to hopefully trust that you're participating or interested in it. Or actually, I can cheat. I can take a look at the view. But so let's start with some media questions. Some of our favorites. Could people tell me what is their favorite book? Okay, and I know a lot of you are going to be tempted to say the Bible, but yeah, favorite book or favorite couple of books, and here's your opportunity to share something that you think has moved others. Thaddeus, can I put you on the spot?
Yeah. Of course, if I was just answering generically or for a mixed group, I would definitely say the Bible. But to avoid the cop-out answer here, but still somewhat of a cop-out answer, I'd say probably my favorite Christian-related book that I've read, which would also be my favorite book that's not the Bible, would probably be William Lane Craig's Reasonable Faith. It's the first apologetics book I read, and it has been highly influential on me. Got a couple answers coming in from the chat.
Thanks.
Taking it in the spirit you intended, perhaps, and not just saying the Bible. Professor Yoffel says Tintin.
Nice.
Pro-Life Chloe says Lord of the Rings series.
All right.
And
Good.
Ask Truth Apologetics says Green Eggs and Ham. And
Yes.
Cockney Christian says Papillon.
Well, okay. I've watched the movie. I've never read the book. There's a couple of movies based on the book. So yeah, that's a good one too. I'm gonna have to go with Beginning to Pray. I know that sounds like a cheesy generic title, but it's actually, if you read the Q&A section of the first part of the book, there's a Q&A with the author. He talks about why he chose that title. It's a powerful little read that's helped me develop or strengthen my relationship with God, and I highly recommend it. It's especially about keeping the noose and being mindful of our environment and so on. It's a really powerful read. Anthony Bloom is the author. It's an Orthodox author, so I can't remember. It's been a while since I read it, to be honest. I don't know if he's orthocentric or not. If he is, let me apologize in advance, but I don't think he was. I think it's a really good book for anyone to read. All right, so what about music, song? What is your favorite song?
So that's a tougher one because when you got to nail it down to one song, it definitely gets very difficult. Uh, I've always been partial to the Beatles. So how about we just go with a satanic song and say I Am the Walrus, which of course created mass controversy. People thinking if you played it backwards, it would call Satan or hail Satan. Not actually true, but because it's mostly just nonsense, that idea developed.
Okay, I'm taking notes. I Am the Walrus. I haven't heard, to be honest with you. Um, yeah, I'm gonna. It sounds like a bit of a cop out, but it really is my favorite, and that's the Commodores. Jesus is Love. Are you familiar with that one? Yeah, I love that song.
I don't. I'm not sure I am actually.
Okay, yeah, you should check it out. I mean, I don't know. I love it. I used to drive my neighbors crazy with it. I'm not gonna try to sing it. I'm not gonna butcher the music. Do we have what is anybody else? Okay, I see.
Yeah, so we got Live Forever by Oasis. We got Personal Jesus by Depeche Mode.
Nice.
Bohemian Rhapsody, of course, by Queen.
Another good one. I'd
Aerosmith's
say.
Dream On.
All right, we see
I
a
Wanted
pattern
It
here.
That Way by the Backstreet Boys. I don't know if that one's a joke or not.
Okay.
to, to Love Somebody by the Bee Gees. And When I Survey the Wondrous Cross, great hymn there from Professor Yoffel.
Very cool. Very cool. Okay, what about games? I'm going to leave that category open. Let's just go with game category. Period. What would be your favorite game?
So I like to play a deck builder game called Dominion. It's it's very popular in certain circles, and
I've
maybe
heard of it.
not like maybe not like mass well known, but it's one of the most popular of what they call the Euro games, games that are highly strategy based.
Hmm. That's my big why I heard of it. I'm going to go with Madden, NFL Madden. That's something that helps me take my mind off things. That's my drug, playing Madden. Do we have anybody wants to share their games in the chat?
We got pinball.
Pinball, nice.
Yep,
We
you
can
left
talk
it
about
open
pinball.
there, so that definitely counts.
Mhm.
And
Um,
Marion said Russian roulette, but of course she clarified that she was joking.
all right.
As
Yeah,
Truth Apologetics says, Golden Eye, the video game.
okay, I've played that. Not very good at it, but I played it. According to some online sources, there's some people that are playing Russian roulette. I don't know if that's real or not. Um, okay. What about movies? Now, this is a uh, very difficult to choose just one. But what would you go with?
Oh, well, actually, for me, it's quite easy because it's The Matrix far and away. It was so influential on me. I was about 19 when it came out. It was so influential on me that I dressed goth for the next 3, 4 years or so. Uh,
Oh,
Absolutely love the movie. The original sequels were pretty good. They definitely weren't as good as the original. And then when they came out with the new one last year or the year before, I was just like, nope, the movie's complete. You're just ruining it. I'm not even going to go watch that.
same here. I didn't even bother to watch it for that exact reason. Same here. Yeah, my favorite. My favorite. Honestly, I'm a little embarrassed to admit it because it's been picked on so much, but Good Will Hunting is my favorite movie. Yeah, powerful movie for me anyway. Anybody else?
And a couple answers from the audience. We got The Green Mile, amazing movie. I have to agree
Nice.
with that. It would
Yeah.
be in my top 5 for sure. Fight Club or Frozen 2. Astro Apologetics does have a young girl, so that might actually be real. Pulp
You can cheat.
Fiction. Yep. Jesus of Nazareth. Oh, brother, where art thou?
Mm,
Passion of the Christ.
very cool. Yeah, that's my fifth favorite, Passion of the Christ. That edged out Pulp Fiction used to be my fifth favorite, but then after Quentin Tarantino did his apologetics for pedophilia, I was like, okay, you're gone. So let's move on to TV series or series. You can't really say TV series these days. Do you have a favorite series?
Now that one, I have to think a bit. I always adored Star Trek Next Generation as a kid. I haven't really like gotten into that many TV shows as an adult, so I think I'll have to go with Star Trek.
Good choice. Yeah, I honestly don't know where to go with this one myself. I would have to probably, hate to say it, but I think I might have to go with Cheers.
Hmm.
I don't know if it was a laugh track or what, or just the common folk theme. I don't know, but Cheers was the one for me. What does the chat have to say to the
Let's see. We got a Game of Thrones
okay popular? I met the
and
storyboarder for that.
mhm, got Cobra Kai. We got Kojak. We got Vikings.
Okay, Kojak going back. Yeah, that was I hate saying that was my father's favorite, so became my favorite too. All right, website. That's a or platform.
Website, man.
Yeah.
You're well, I do enjoy YouTube, but I guess I probably shouldn't say that. Probably pick something a little more interesting as far as an answer goes. Uh,
I'm gonna give you some
hmm.
time. Let me let me put you on the spot again, embarrass you a little more. Uh, by far, yours has become my favorite website, and I'm not just kissing up here. Like it, yours has become a refuge for me. Like from all the www chaos and toxic environment, it's such a joy to come get away from all that.
Yeah, as far as like an actual website that isn't YouTube related, I think I'll probably go with. Yeah, I'll just go with Team Rankings. So Team Rankings is a very nerdy sports site where they attempt to accurately rate teams, and they often have articles looking at like the statistical side of sports.
Fascinating. Yeah, I was so infatuated with the NFL. I used to do a lot of research on it, all kinds of things. So I can relate to that.
Got a
All right,
couple
lot.
answers from
Thank you.
oh, got a couple answers from the website
Hmm,
from the audience.
sorry, yeah.
Rockstar said reasonanswers.com, but then he said LOL. Yeah, I don't think that's really his favorite website. Astruth Apologetics said Bible Hub and Quran X, both excellent resources there. We got a Answering Islam, thequran.com, and that's what I see right now.
Okay, very cool. All right, so let's do the last one, and we're done. Your favorite expression?
Favorite expression? Well, it's a little bit of a inside joke, of course, but I do enjoy yes, indeed, when, as coined by Robert Spencer and David Wood, to mean no, because the Quran is very confused and says indeed when it actually means no.
Okay, that's funny. That's hilarious, actually. I like that. Okay. All right. So, um, my favorite expression. I honestly wasn't prepared to answer my own questions. So,
You had
yeah,
unlimited time to prepare.
yeah, I know, right? Um, yeah. You know what? I don't want to cop out and go with a Bible quote. Let me do two. So, because Bible quote is my favorite quote, and that seems like a cop out, but let me say it anyway. It's blessed are those who endure until the end. Matthew 24:13. So, but yeah, since that's a Bible quote, let's go with, let me do it. What are you prepared to do next? What are you prepared to do next? That's actually a movie line, you might have guessed. Are you familiar with that by any chance?
No, I actually don't
No.
know that one.
Yeah, it's not a popular one, but it's one that I just get a kick out of. And it's one that's actually influenced my life. It comes from The Untouchables, the movie The Untouchables, the remake. So, and Sean
Oh,
Connery he gets shot up, and his protege comes to him, and while he's bleeding out, and he's like, "Who did this? Who did this?" And he's like, blah blah blah. And he says like, and he grabs him and he goes, "What are you prepared to do next?" And dies. Okay, so it's kind of comical, but you know, kind of good advice too, I guess. Kind of worldly
we
advice,
get,
but good advice.
we got a number of comments from the audience. A lot of them Islam
Excellent.
related, but not all of them. So we got stay away from Islam. It makes sense if you don't think about it. Ask Truth, giving his own catchphrase, which I do enjoy, by the way. Amateur hour. Jesus is God. Good one
Nice.
there. Don't worry, be happy. Hikmah. Blistering barnacles. Well, that's fantastic. Without lies, Islam dies.
That's another
If
one.
at
Good one.
first you don't succeed, skydiving is not for you. If you can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen. And then added Abdul to the end of that. You can't handle the truth. Classic
Nice.
line there.
Yeah, and definitely media related. That
Mhm.
that is fantastic. All right, I appreciate all that. All right, so let's get a move on. I've got a lot to cover. Hopefully, I don't talk too fast. If I'm talking too fast, need to stop and clarify something, please let me know.
Mhm.
Okay, so let's do the presentation. Today, let's see if I can remember how to do this. Bear with me, folks.
While you're pulling that up, I do have an important question for you, which I ask
Shoot.
all of my contributors the first time they're on, which I hadn't had a chance to ask you yet. And that's, why are you a Christian?
Whew. Well, actually, I'm uh, I'm actually cradle Orthodox, so you can say that I, yeah, I was born Christian. I had no choice. But yeah, as a young adult, and I'll talk about that. I did get away from it and came back to it. Um, that's a heavy story. Yeah, long story short,
That's true. You were planning on talking about that as part of your presentation. So maybe we'll just go ahead and dive
I do
in
that.
with
Yeah.
that.
All right, let's do
I'll,
that. Yeah.
and yeah, and then you can just talk about it when you're introducing yourself, because I know you have a slide for that.
Okay. All right. Can you guys see my first slide?
Yep, everyone should be able to see that now. I've called it up.
Okay, cool. Okay, so today we will be talking about how mass media has, let me use the word craftily, uh, promoted or supported Islam for quite a while. Um, Officially, I can date it back to over a century, technically. So we're going to focus on three major things. We're going to focus on mass media and its influence. Um, and there's a lot of controversy about that still for some reason, and I don't understand why people would still question whether or not mass media actually influences people. I don't get it, but so that's what we're going to cover that in detail, scientifically. So by the end of that section, hopefully there's no more doubt about that. And the second thing we'll talk about is whether or not Hollywood's messaging has been um, overall positive when it comes to Islam. And the last thing we'll cover is why are Christians being aggressively censored, especially when it comes to topics like Islam. I've been repeatedly censored myself. We'll talk about that too. All right. I want to also take the opportunity to mention that I spent some time at the borders in Greece while I was in Greece studying, volunteering for the historical mass migration of Muslims into Europe. At first, the borders were open, things were relatively running smoothly, but then the borders were closed and things got really chaotic. I don't want to bore you too much. I don't want to get off on a tangent, but something that really stood out was you would see all these spray painted graffiti things being put all over the place, including no borders. I saw that years ago. We're talking about 2015, so that was before that became a thing in the States with the south of the border crossing kind of thing. But also as part of as a member of different NGOs, as part of the Facebook groups, and they were actually organizing revolts on Facebook and inviting outsiders, like people that were not in these camps in these areas, to participate in doing this. So, and something they were saying, repeating, was show solidarity, shows our solidarity with Muslims, shows solidarity with Islam. So these were two messages that were repeated over and over again to promote that. All right. Do I need to expand or clarify anything? Keep going.
Yep, I think you're good. I'll jump in as needed.
All right. So I hope I'm
But
not
right now,
boring.
you're good.
Okay. I hope I'm not boring everybody, but I'm going to talk about myself so you can have an idea about my credentials or why I'm giving this presentation today. As we just mentioned, I'm cradle Orthodox, but I was raised in the South, so I didn't have an Orthodox church anywhere near me. We weren't churchgoers. I became very secular, got away from that, and I would actually instinctivly laugh and chuckle when someone would talk about a matter of faith with me, not because I was trying to be nasty, but because I thought it was so silly I couldn't help but laugh. And I wasn't militant atheist. It kind of crept up on me. That's where I was. But because of that, I was also tampering with the martial arts and things of like Magic the Gathering was a card game that was popular back then, and that's kind of playing out Wicca magic and trying to kill your opponent with magic spells. So I had an experience with that, and the same weekend I had an experience with messing with Tai Chi. And I don't want to lose you guys completely, have you thinking I'm some kind of whack job. But long story short, there's a lot of discussion about it's called sleep paralysis, technically and officially, but what that really is and what that entails and whether or not it's spiritual or not. And I've had, this is something that I would struggle with for a long time, what actually happened and so on. I've communicated with a lot of people about a lot of different people, including specialists. But it was, I'm going to say it sounds vain, but it was really the Holy Spirit that guided me to the places that gave me the answers to those questions. Long story short, I'm going to warn everybody. If you know people that are tampering with martial arts, with golden armor, chi manipulation, and you know, yoga even, and all these things that they're, oh, it doesn't really mean anything. Well, if it doesn't mean anything, then why are you doing it? It means something, and that's why you're doing it. I highly encourage people to take things like whether or not magic is real and all that a lot more seriously. They say that the Satan's greatest trick is to get people to believe that he doesn't exist. And I think that's the mindset that's allowed a lot of the stuff into our culture, so deeply ingrained into our culture. And for those that still struggle with whether or not magic is real, and I'm not talking about parlor tricks, I'm talking about this appeal to the occult. I mean, I've got to go to the Old Testament story of the Pharaoh and what was being done there with his sorcerers and again with the demonic possession. If that's a farce, if that's a conspiracy theory, then who did Christ himself cast out? And I'll leave it at that. And I'll be happy to
Yeah,
talk.
I would have to agree. It's no longer a popular idea, even among Christians by any means, but the biblical narrative is quite clear that there are forces that are more powerful than human beings, that are dark, that are evil, that are trying to interfere with our relationship with God. So if someone wants to deny that, then they have to reinterpret the Bible, which is not something I'm interested in doing.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm going off on a tangent here, but since we're on the subject, let me just add one more thing to reinforce this point. It's a bit of a translation issue, and something that I was confronted with about a decade ago about the Lord's Prayer, something that's extremely fundamental. I mean, Christ himself says, when you pray, this is how you pray, and gives the Lord's Prayer. It turns out at the very end, we say, and deliver us from evil. But the actual word in the Greek is evil one. So, okay, I mean, it's just one word change, but if you think about it, we're going from the conceptual, an individual's conceptual struggle to something that is preternatural, supernatural, spiritual warfare. Just putting that out there. All right, moving on. And again, I'll be more than happy to talk about this subject more openly with anyone who wants to, if that opportunity presents itself. So, as far as my academic credentials, I've got a BA in psychology with honors, and also did an extensive minor in education. I did a Master of Science in Instructional Technology, an award-winning program with honors there. Moved on. I did Masters of Divinity. I started that program. I didn't finish it, but I started it. I completed a linguistics program, another master's, so maybe 2.5 masters. I started a PhD on the American movie industry and how it portrays Christian terms and symbols for the past half century. That hit a wall. I'm going to pursue that, but it's going to have to be elsewhere at a different institution. I think the reasons I wasn't able to continue that were political reasons. I could have done more myself to overcome that, but it is what it is. So that led me to what I post online, which is an extended version of that research.
Mm-hmm. So you definitely have more of an official background in this than most of us here, probably all of us here, that you have studied media in an academic setting. So I'm very interested to see what you've learned about how the media works.
Yeah. So, yeah, and I've definitely participated in student film production, which is kind of a joke with actual film producers. Okay, so you did student films, big deal. But so yeah, let me skip ahead. Let me skip all of that. Anybody who wants to take a look at my other experiences, feel free to go back to it. Take a screenshot if you want. But basically, it's extremely eclectic, and it's not even all here, but it's pretty well rounded.
Mhm.
Okay, so this is answering a question on one of the previous live streams. Someone had asked, what is mass media? Now, I don't want to bore you with the definition, but I think it's kind of important. Or let's keep it simple. Those that are interested in the definition of mass media, type 1. If you want me to just skip the slide, type 2 for the sake of time.
Give the chat a second to catch up here. But really, it's your presentation. It's your call what you want to cover.
All right, yeah, let's cover it. And just hit 2 if you want me to stop talking. Okay. All right, so
Perfect.
Yeah.
Now we get a long stream of 2s.
Okay, all right, so we'll move on.
All from a Muslim, though. Some Muslim's going to just hit 2 for the rest of the show.
I got you. Okay, all right. So mass media is basically just a technical academic term for mainstream media. Mainstream media was something that was brought on and coined later on, I suspect, by mainstream media itself to kind of promote itself in a very subliminal, subconscious way. Already making the presupposition that, hey, you know what, we're mainstream, so you're gonna like it. That's my approach, my understanding of it. Where mass media, of course, it talks about encompasses all of media, but it also addresses who the end user is, the masses. But I think it's also interesting that it could also refer to the weight of the content of things, or attending mass. It might be a coincidence, but it's interesting that the word mass is being used, and that how we invest so much of ourselves in this experience, just like you would mass. It could be a coincidence. That's just the last part is my own 2 cents, my own understanding. So an example of this self-promotion would be Howard Stern, and how he labeled himself the king of media, which was a very effective marketing tool. And I've got a video on that.
Uh-huh.
Would you like to?
Yeah. I'm not 100% sure which one it is. So if you tell me which one, I'll bring it up.
It was the one that's marked, let's see, slide. It's numbered like slide, I think it's 3.
Yeah. So probably 3 then.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now that I know what those numbers mean, I'll know which one.
Sorry. Yeah, I should have warned you. My bad.
Yeah. Well, there's some of them are like 11 or 21. I didn't know if that was like 2, number 1, or, but anyway. All right. So I got the video ready to go here. Let me bring it up so everyone else can see it.
Yeah. And the video is just anecdotal. It's just something that I personally get a kick out of, but it also addresses something that we'll touch upon a little later.
Howard, and the first thing you've got to do is say the call letters properly. The way it's said properly is WNBC. This is key. Come on.
WNBC.
No. Gotta be more like this.
Have you noticed that all the call numbers have a W in front of it? What does a W mean? Anyone in the chat knows what the W is for?
WNBC. In my mind, I'm hearing. It sounds like I'm saying exactly what you're saying.
No.
Saying exactly what it's hearing. All right. All right. So yeah.
Howard.
So that would be the end of the video, right?
Yes.
Is it playing again? I hear it playing again.
Okay. Yeah. No one else could hear that, but.
All right, my bad. Sorry.
It automatically started over, but.
Okay, Not bad. All right.
We're good now.
So basically, let me put this out there too, so you can kind of see how media is kind of really crafty in what they do. Andrew Tate is something that we talk about on these forums quite a bit. All right. Isn't it interesting that Andrew Tate was arrested for sex slave trafficking, but his website is allowed to continue? And not only that, the discussions online I went from Andrew Tate's website to, I'm not going to say the name, but those who should know what the name is. Is now we're just talking about that, and it's kind of a chuckle. It's kind of a cool thing to kind of make fun of people. Do you have that? Or even now is more mainstream. I've seen people talk about like, well, do you have one of those profiles, or do you go to it? So by complaining about it, it's almost like a reverse psychology effect where people are not only hearing about it, not only is it getting advertised, but it's being normalized. They're getting sucked into it. Just some food for thought. All right.
Yeah. So no one in the chat knew why call letters have a W.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. We'll touch on that. Again, this is a conspiracy theory, but I think by now the evidence is overwhelming. So let's get into our first part. We're just warming up, folks. Our first part, mass media and what it is, how it actually influences the mind. We're going to take a look at the historical evolution of different types of media and how it had an effect on culture, on people. I would imagine most people are familiar with the printing press, which gave them the commoners, I hate to use the word commoners, but gave the commoners access to print, to writing and stuff. The radios, you've probably seen clips of families getting together to watch or listen to radio casts. The movie screenings, you've probably seen early movie screenings and what that might have looked like in some TV show or a movie. This TV sets, again, you might have seen how family life was centered around that and how it was a thing of prominence. We talked about arcade gaming and how it's become so ingrained in today's culture through cellular technology as it advanced. So we've basically gone from primetime TV, where we used to all go to the same channels. At first, it was like just 3 channels, by the way, 3, later 4. The same time of day, watching the same program, and the next day we'd get together and talk about, hey, did you see this? Make sure you're cool, you're in, you're updated, you got all the info, you watched the previous night's showing. And that's become viral. Like even when emails, and we'll talk about that, even though we only had emails, things were already becoming viral, which is kind of interesting. Was it pull or push technology? This viral phenomenon. And let me talk about triggering here. Triggering, is actually technically, and you may already be familiar with this, it's supposed to be let's call it a buried memory. It could be something that's a very happy moment or a very traumatic bad moment, but it's something that's deep in your subconscious. And you might come across a smell or a sound or even some visual that might jar that memory loose. It might trigger it. And then when that happens, you'll have this flood of emotions that were related to that point of time when that memory took place. And that's what technically triggering is. Isn't it fascinating that became something where what we at first called unflamers, now called trolls, happily, joyfully, intentionally trigger people. They're going around inciting people. And what are they triggering? They're triggering constructs that we get from media, buzzwords or concepts that ignite an emotion. Quite interesting. All right. Do we have any questions so far?
None directly on topic. I saved one or two for the end, just asking opinions about things.
Okay.
So you can continue on. Did you want me to play a video on that slide?
Oh boy.
That last one?
Yeah, I probably did. Yes, you're right. Thank you. Thank you for catching that. All right.
All righty. So I got that ready to go. Whoop.
Oh yeah.
Cat jump. 1 second here.
All right.
The cat jumped though.
Cute.
And started it playing, but I don't think anyone else heard it, so it's all good. All right.
Okay. So keep in mind that this is the turn of the 20th century. People are still only having static pictures, and now they're in a big screen with this weird apparatus projecting a moving picture at them, with this big mechanical thing now coming right at them. Can you imagine the reaction, especially in the Wild West? What the reaction might be to this mechanical demon coming at them? What do you think they did? What do you think happened?
I would guess that people perhaps were maybe not exactly scared, but a jump. It provoked emotions for sure.
Yeah. All right. So there are reports of people actually whipping out their guns, Constantine style, to shoot the demon coming at them. So they were so like, what is this crazy magic, this moving picture coming at me? It was so real for them.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it is. But it kind of puts things in perspective. All right, so okay. Sorry. 1 second. Okay.
No worries.
Yeah, let's move on to the next slide. The printing press. So I'm sure you know about all the printing press, how medieval times in Europe, print became mechanized and it was able to mass produce things. And probably one of the most influential mass produced books, even to this day, would be the King James Holy Bible. I don't think anyone can contest that. And
yeah, absolutely. Even among people who aren't Christians, its influence is unquestionable. The way it's influenced our language, a lot of common expressions, whether people realize it or not, come directly from the King James language.
So exactly. I mean, we had an expression when I was younger, the pen is mightier than a sword, or consider the source. I want to talk about consider the source for a minute, because we really deviated from that for some reason.
Definitely.
Yeah. So now you're entitled to your opinion unless you express it. Whatever happened to you're entitled to your opinion, by the way. That seemed to have disappeared quite quickly recently. But, especially in the circles I've been, you're not allowed to express your own opinion unless it's vetted. What is vetted? It has to be peer reviewed. And so who are these peers? Are these peers of people that are part of this inner circle? I've got a slang term I want to use, but I'm not going to go there. But, this tightly knit network that, well, you either play their game or you're ostracized, simply put. And if you're not part of this community, then what you print, what you say, and so on is discarded. It's considered inductive reasoning, and inductive reasoning is not allowed. You're not allowed to think because you're not qualified. And that's absurd. That's absolutely absurd. So why should we consider the source? We also have this logical argument where, it's quite commonly used of ad hominem. Now, ad hominem really is, when you're insulting someone and trying to belittle them to discredit what they're saying. That's really different from considering the source. They're actually two separate things, but I think they've kind of gotten murky and merged into one. We should always consider the source because there is bias. And so
I mean, so this, technically it's a logical fallacy to dismiss an argument because of the source. On the other hand, of all the logical fallacies, it's by far the most that's useful in everyday life because no one can know everything. You end up having to trust someone. Even people who think that they're free thinkers and they're just going with the evidence. Really, they're just going with what they learned from someone else. It's impossible for the average person to study even a tiny fraction of the stuff available. So absolutely, the source very much does matter.
Yes. And you touched on a great point there too. Just like ad hominem is a fallacy, so is an appeal to authority. That too is a fallacy, but we're being forced to do exactly that. Well, it's the authority figures, and we've seen that during the coup 19 luck down. So I am the science kind of thing. Well, you got to consider the source and so on. So let's take a look at the newspaper prints. You guys probably have heard of the shot heard around the world, the Boston Massacre and the Boston Tea Party. So that was newspaper print. And if you look at it from the outside looking in or looking back, you can really call it propaganda. I'm not saying I'm pro or against the implications of it. I'm actually all for the revolution and the War of Independence. But regardless, it was quite effective newspaper propaganda. It did what it set out to do.
That's a very good point. Propaganda is a technical term which refers to the way something is delivered. It has no bearing on whether it's true or false. Often we think that propaganda means false, but that's not the case at all.
Mein Kampf, that's all I'm going to say about that. Moving on. Communist Manifesto, much more popular than Mein Kampf, we all know. So these are all books that are, to this day, the Communist Manifesto impacts so many people. It's fascinating. The Jungle was a book that was published, I believe, early 20th century. Yep, it was.
Important enough book there that you learn it in history class, how it revolutionized the way people thought about industry as a whole, even though it's, of course, specifically about the meatpacking industry, but the way they thought about industry as a whole. And that book is cited as instrumental in bringing about regulation for business.
Thank you, Thaddeus. Yeah, and indentured servitude. It covered that too. Action Comics is actually the precursor to DC Comics. So DC, Marvel are the two major comic book companies, for those that are not familiar. DC was the one that had the Superman comics, which is the most popular character. And I don't want to get off on too much of a tangent, but long story short, Superman comes to represent a God figure, or in more detail, a Christ-like figure. There's a story, a movie made actually recently, Batman versus Superman, where I actually pitched my own comic book series to Frank Miller, the guy who created this idea. He was considered the conservative of comics. Frank Miller was. He's the guy who did Sin City and a number of other things. Sorry, I'm going off tangents here. But so basically, it's about Batman versus Superman. If you look at it, really the story is man versus God. So, and if you read the comics, it's quite evident, quite clear. That's what's intended. So consider the source. In the 1970s, DC Comics had address, a physical New York address of 666. This is not conspiracy theory. This is actually printed at the bottom of their comics at the publication page. Okay, so you might be familiar with the kneel down movement, and forgive me for getting into these political controversial topics here, but it's important for the sake of this discussion. I'm a football fanatic. I was a big fan of Colin Kaepernick. I hope I got his name right. I've got a nickname for him now, and I always get it confused, but hopefully I said that right.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Okay. So yeah, basically his first year, he took the NFL by storm, and then he got injured, and another quarterback ended up doing fairly well, and he wasn't doing so well. Like his following year and so on, defenses caught on to his strategies and his way of play. So he wasn't producing as well as he used to. And so the organization used that as an opportunity, let's say, to bench him and put a better quarterback in place. So here he is making all this money, was famous, was ESPN celebrity, and now he suddenly is on the bench. Lo and behold, he's taking a knee. He's using the Rise Up movement, or I kind of wonder, were they using him? Was he paid off to kneel down to rise up? So it's a really fascinating thing. And again, featured on Time magazine. It can't be a coincidence. I mean, not ESPN or Sports Illustrated or anything like that, but Time magazine. The Boston
I don't think Time magazine is usually putting sports players on its cover, so they obviously are more interested in the political movement than his play.
Yeah. So the Boston bomber. I'm not sure if you guys remember the Boston Marathon bombing. It led to the expression "Boston Strong," which I appreciate myself. But this was two brothers that blew up and killed a lot of people and maimed way more with a smart bomb or nasty bomb, or forget the name for it. But so from what I remember, his brother was killed. He was shot up by a number of bullets. He was hiding in a boat or something to that effect. I might be mixing memories here. I'm going completely off memory here. If I'm wrong, someone in the chat, please correct me here. But I do remember this. I remember that these terrorists, the one survivor, was now being portrayed as a victim. He was treated wrong, and so therefore he was justified. His actions was the sentiment. I mean, and clearly, why is Rolling Stone featuring a terrorist with a cutesy picture? So yeah, moving on. I don't want to spend too much time. I think I spent enough on print. Do we have any questions about that?
Nope, I think we can move right along.
Sorry.
The thing of all the things you're pointing out is how an individual author, an individual work can be profoundly influential, and that can go in a variety of directions, some of them good, some of them bad. But the point here is we usually don't realize how much of influence these things are on us.
So well said. Thank you for that. Yes, exactly. All right, moving on to the next type of medium, radio. One of my favorites. So, the first radio was actually in the 20s, or let's say, that's not right. Let's say it became mainstream in the 20s. By then, movie industry was already out there. So radio was a thing that was done at home. It was a family-centered event. And now we have this beautiful framed picture of a family doing that, enjoying the radio programming, the broadcast. But let me also point out, again, this is before my time, so this is purely an assumption on my part. But I can only assume, even though there was some dialogue taking place, that because it was radio and it was completely reliant on listening, that people had to refrain from talking over the show, or you would miss it completely. And that was that.
Mhm.
There were no reruns
Yeah.
on radio. Sorry.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I never thought about it that way, but no doubt it changed the way people spent their evenings, from talking to family to sitting around being silent because you had no choice but to be silent.
Yeah. I mean, a beautiful opportunity to get together, but still relatively a passive event where you're taking in information. Okay, so jumping ahead a couple of decades to 1938, and we have the famous Orson Welles' War of the Worlds broadcast. Are you guys familiar with that?
Yeah,
So,
for those who are perhaps not as in tune with American culture, I have no idea what the international level of knowledge of these things are, but the broadcast pretended to be. It started off as a normal broadcast, and then there's a fake interruption with a news media saying that the aliens have invaded, and had all kinds of sound effects and made it seem like there was really an alien invasion going on. And many people believed it was real, and went out into the streets and started rioting and doing all kinds of things because they thought that aliens had really invaded.
yes, exactly. And people were killed or were shot. I mean, can you imagine you're believing this, and I mean, you don't know what's going on. You don't know what an alien looks like. And so probably anything that stirs in the dark, you're thinking, oh, is that an alien? I mean, we've had trauma. I mean, let me jump ahead to 9/11. Again, forgive me for bringing this up, but just to bring this in perspective. Post 9/11 was a whole different time for Americans. We had to, I mean, we were terrified. We were terrified. And so it was quite common to have this trauma. Even if you weren't in New York, you had this trauma of, well, this Middle Eastern looking character is leaving a bag there. It's got to be a bomb, and so we're freaking out by someone's bag, or what's going on. Quite regularly, even if they weren't Middle Eastern, someone leave a bag, and we're automatically skeptical, right? So, yeah, these kinds of things have quite the impact on us on a very deep level. So, mid 20th century, the radio became less, let's say, mainstream, less family centered, like we see in the first picture, because of the different things, other kinds of media becoming more popular, especially the TV set. We'll talk about that, how the TV set became a thing of prominence and family centered activity. But I imagine that the sock hops were still quite a cultural phenomena. And I mean, is it possible to measure how many children have been born because of the sock hop, or for that, or for that matter, music in general? Parking and listening to the song, setting the mood music. Okay,
Yeah,
so
of course, the radio no longer has the old-fashioned variety programs or stories. For you may find one here and there, somewhere, someplace, but 98% of radio is either what we call talk radio, where it's people advocating for a specific position, or it's music. But radio actually has been amazingly resilient, that it has remained around despite TV's rise, primarily because of the power of music. People, obviously, you don't need to have a picture to have music, and people want to have music with them wherever they go.
mhm. Yeah, it's good. It's still because of Walkmans and all the advances that followed that. We were able to do it while we exercise or do physical activities, and also on the daily commute in the car. I mean, the transition from the radio going from the home to the car was really big. Keeping that going too, and of course, like I said, making families bigger. You know. All right. All right. So, disco, the 70s. That was really when it went hand in hand with the cocaine drug culture. And that was a whole phenomenon in itself. In the 80s, music became relatively hypersexual, I would say, very romantic. And I mean, if you think about the list, it was very, very sexual. The 90s, music started breaking barriers. It started pushing the envelope, and it started becoming a little dark too. So, if you guys have seen or maybe remember the movie Dirty Dancing, if you were in the club scene back then, people were still kind of doing the disco kind of, regular sock hop, or I guess you can say, type of movement, body movements and emotions. But when Dirty Dancing came out, all of a sudden everyone wanted to be Patrick Swayze or I forgot the actress's name, unfortunately. But if anybody remembers that, please type it in. My apologies. But yeah, so all of a sudden everyone was, what's the term I'm looking for? I've got a term in my head, but I don't want to use that. Bumping and grinding. Is that okay to say?
Yeah, that's
bumping
fine.
bumping and grinding on the dance floor. So we went from regular dancing, so to speak, to more just, enacting sex on the dance floor is what it turned out to be. And of course, there was also the generic, the designer drug, the designer drugs of the 90s and the whole acid, techno music, house music, which again, I mean, you couldn't dance to that. So dancing kind of became a little back to 70s, kind of loopy and just completely sexual. Where post turn of the century, these clubs were doing things like suds, and people were caught literally having sex right on the dance floor. Sorry, hope I'm scandalizing your audience or alienating anyone, but
I mean, we talk about Islam here. We're used to pretty inappropriate things. So.
fair enough. Well said. Okay, so looking at this scene here of Dirty Dancing and the famous lift scene. For those of you who have seen Turning Red, shame on you. No, I'm just kidding. For those of you who haven't, don't bother. But it was a movie it's really horrible. It was a movie that definitely promoted sexualism to a very young audience. Okay, allegedly pubescent, but obviously it's a Disney film. Obviously, prepubescent kids are watching this and picking up on what's going on. I mean, you can't miss it. I've got a whole video on this, by the way, if you want to check. This is a plug. I'm just saying this is a video that's actually worth watching. If you haven't seen the movie, I'll save you the grief of having to sit through the entire movie and a good summary or see for yourself kind of clippings of what they were doing. So a moment of that is this scene of this boy band called Four Town. It's a 5-member band. They call it Four Town, which is interesting in itself. But so we see the scene on the left of it, in the lift, and how much they practice that, how difficult it is, and how you need both hands. And so we see the first young man on the left of the Turning Red, the picture on the bottom right there, where he's holding a girl up with one arm, but only that, backwards and kind of like a pizza. It's kind of weird. Why is he holding her up like a pizza? And right next to him, we see 2 guys now in a very awkward, unbalanced position, holding a girl up. And then we have, let's say, the main character and her apple of her eye, the lead singer, who she's having wet dreams about this guy throughout the movie. Okay, that's really what it was. And then finally, we have another character. Okay, so this guy's actually holding her right, but why is he, again, a little off balance and and that is just a little weird. So just a little sampling of, I don't know, how music, dance, and all that has been transformed and directed into a certain direction. And also, by the way, targets youth. Youth are very susceptible, very influential. Any questions?
Yeah, well, they didn't come up with the expression sex, drugs, and rock and roll for no reason. And there is a strong connection between the rise of pop music, rock and roll, and of course, originally, but pop music more broadly speaking, and the sexualization of culture, of our culture.
You know, Thaddeus, if I just named this sex, drugs, and rock and roll, this one, put that on a slide, we could have just moved on. You're right. Perfect summary. Once again. All right, moving on to the movie industry. All right, so the first movie, we kind of talked about that. So movies were around since like the late 1800s, actually, but they weren't mainstream. It took a while for technology to catch up where it could become projected onto theaters nationwide. That happened more closer to the 1920s. And we see the first projector here. I believe it's a kinetoscope. I don't want to bore you with all these little details. We'll go on to the golden age of the movie industry, which is the 30s. In the 30s, we already had talkies taking place in the late 20s, and now they're becoming more mainstream. Again, waiting for the technology and projectors to be able to also offer sound. But also at the end of the 30s, we had color. But there was also something else going on in the 30s. Anyone, when it comes to geopolitics, let's call it, does anyone remember what the 30s is famous
Yeah, of course,
for?
you're referring to the Great Depression,
Yes, sir.
where there was massive economic poverty, and movies provided an escape. They provided an opportunity to forget about how horrific the rest of your life was.
Yes. Okay. Yes, exactly. All right. So yeah, let's jump on ahead to hmm, ah, the World War II movies. So something that existed around for a couple of decades, around then on to World War II and after World War II, a decade after World War II, was the serials. These were little cliffhangers that they played at the movie theaters, and they became heavily political around World War II. Leading up to World War II, they were pro, take up your arms and support the war effort. And after World War II, they suddenly became very much about spy films, in the Cold War. So again, that could be a coincidence, but I find that there's an interesting connection or parallel there. The dating culture, what has changed with the dating culture from then and now? Even in my day, you would, if you wanted to take a young lady out to a date, you would ask her to go to the movies. So, yeah, I think that we've kind of moved away from that. I think now, I mean, especially now these days, and I'm not so much in this dating culture here, but these days you just press an app, I imagine, from what I understand, and you have your GPS, and you can even see how close that other person is. It's like ordering pizza. I don't know. It's kind of weird to me, this whole concept of dating apps. I don't engage in that. I have friends who have shown me glimpses of what's going on. So, and I left it at that. But I don't know. It seems like the classic, respectful, let's go out and enjoy an event together has gone out the window. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think that movies are primarily attended with friends nowadays. They're not so much a date activity as a friends activity.
Yeah. So let's talk about the influence of the award ceremonies. 70s was when ballot polling began with the People's Choice. This was a mail-in ballot at first, um, and then they later uh, changed that. There was so many changes to the People's Choice Awards, and now it's even now called the People's Choice Awards because bought it out, and they've even made changes to it. So this, of course, was an opportunity for the industry to get, let's say, instant feedback other than ticket sales from their audience, and was able to drive what they were doing. But then it became more, by design, more push than pull um, information. So we actually had the Academy Awards. The Academy Awards were around for a long time, but they started getting televised in the 50s, post World War II, during the Cold War. So they, of course, had an influence. And there's studies, there's research on this, whether or not award ceremonies influence the attendance of theaters. And the response to that is yes, there's a direct relationship between the two. Also, the Golden Globes, which started around the same time, which is also influential, but not as influential as the Academy Awards, the Oscars. In the 70s, okay, so in the 60s was major. We all know about the cultural revolutions of the 60s, and the civil rights movement and all that. But at the beginning of the 60s, something tremendous happened that we don't really like to talk about or think about, and that's the assassination of JFK. So the Kennedys were anti-communism, and we see then post-assassination, their assassination, both of them, all of a sudden media became thematically, drastically quite different. And by the 70s, the next decade, we even had pornography, porn movies out in the middle of downtown New York available for anyone to go. So this was being advertised. It was nothing, like, it wasn't any dirty secret. It was just out there. Then we jump ahead to Y2K, the turn of the 21st century. And, you know, the Y2K scare, I would imagine many of you are old enough to remember that and how that played a role in people's mindsets. So, you know, this apocalyptic thing, and now things are now dark. We're also dependent on computers. Our livelihoods depend on it. People were, you know, ready, you know, they're sheltering up and all that. And it all turned out to be a sham. I mean, I didn't undo anything on my computer, and there was no consequences of that. But again, kind of like Orson Welles' War of the Worlds, the Y2K thing had quite the effect. So things got dark. Media got dark. It got melancholy. In fact, in the 2000s, there's a movie called Melancholia, which was really dark and unusual. So again, the theme gets very different and very obvious. So let's jump to the COVID-19 lockdown and what's going on today. Have you noticed, not only putting politics to the side, if that's possible, not only have the politics become drastic, but why is everything so dark lately? I mean, I know that Hollywood has had problems, or I should say California has had problems balancing its budget. But are they not paying their bills? I mean, is Hollywood not paying its light bill? Why is everything so dark?
Well, you know, probably reflects the mood of those producing the films, that they feel pretty hopeless, and they feel pretty disconnected. Strange what happens when you push Christianity out of the public sphere. Suddenly things go downhill.
Fair enough. That's a very good point. I mean, you're right. It could be just a projection of how they're feeling, but I suspect something else going on. I suspect, again, they're manipulating mood with lighting. And of course, to talk about geopolitics, and the geopolitical thing now is to be green. And I won't get into that. I don't want to get you pinged, but we'll move on from that. But everybody knows what's going on there. Okay, so, and again, another thing that's been going on is the AI W-verse. We don't know what's real or what's not. By the way, take a minute and take a close look at that theater screen. That's actually a screen capture of the movie, the award-winning movie, The Whale. You guys, can you make anything out in that scene? I don't know, it's absurd. Again, lighting is something that's fundamental. It's a movie production 101. The most important thing is lighting. I know this is a guy that's talking to you that looks like a Oompa Loompa right now, completely red because of lighting. But yeah, so there you go. I mean, they know better. So this is not, this is by design for a reason. This is not accidental, and it's evident. It's the pattern right now. It's the trend. So yeah, the other trend is now questioning what is real, what is CGI, is this person real? They're bringing back people to life digitally. They give them dialogues they never said before. It's quite disturbing. And so now with that, I mean, if you're completely dependent on media for information, you have to question, what can I trust? What is real? What isn't real? What do I trust? And that creates paranoia. It's fabricated paranoia. And music. We talked about music in the previous slide. Sorry.
Yeah, before you move on, unrelated to anything in your presentation, but I wanted to put this up here nonetheless. Yasin K says, hi, I'm a new Christian from Morocco. Already greeted you in the chat, but very much welcome to the family, Yasin. He says that he's been bullied a lot in Morocco because he's changed his religion. And that'll happen. That'll definitely happen, that the forces of evil in this world, they're not happy with you right now. They as long as you're going about your sinful way, they don't really care whether you're in Islam or Hinduism or whatever, atheism, secularism, that's all fine and good. But when you convert to Christianity, that's when you're going to get the demonic attacks. But the good news, of course, is that Christ is greater, that Jesus is in control, and your life is much better now, even though it may not always seem that way. And I think that you're well aware of this because of other things you're saying in the chat. But I'll reiterate what I put in the chat, and that's if you need anything at all, you need someone to talk to, you need a question answered, you need discipleship, someone to guide you in your Christian walk, email me. I'll be happy to speak with you privately. No one else has to know about it. And if you do want to share your testimony publicly, I would love to have that on the channel. But privately or publicly, I'd love to hear your testimony. And if you need anything, I'm here for you. This is what my ministry is all about, is helping people leave the darkness of Islam and come into the light. Amen. So with that said, we'll get back to the presentation.
All right, yeah. So how am I doing on time? Like I gave myself about 5 minutes on average for each slide, but I can't help but go off on tangents and talk too much.
Yeah, you're definitely taking more than 5 minutes a slide.
Yeah.
So
yeah, speed it up.
I mean, it's all good, but if you don't want to be here for 5 hours, then maybe try to keep them a little quicker.
Yeah, I'm gonna go a little quicker. I don't want to go too quick where people are not understanding me. But yeah, I definitely want to cover. I've got a lot of material to cover, so I don't want to miss out on too much. And I don't want to keep people here forever and bore them to death either. So
yeah. Plus,
sorry.
Given my audience, I'm sure they're very interested in getting to the more Islam specific material. So we'll be getting there shortly.
Okay. All right. I see. All right. Okay. So yeah, let me emphasize a couple of things. Going back to the music, the importance of musical scores, and I mean, movie makers understand that if you don't have a good musical score, that your movie is going to flop. So, or a good movie score can make a not so great movie, a blockbuster. So much so that sometimes you might even remember the musical score, but you don't remember the movie. Like, for example, Chariots of Fire. If anybody's old enough, do you remember that movie? But I bet you remember the song. Am I dating myself here?
Yeah, definitely a good example of a movie where the music is much more famous than the movie itself.
Yeah. All right, so let's move on. Is there any questions, by the way?
Nope.
Okay. So the first TV set, again, I don't want to bore you, early 20th century. It was a combination of picture and radio. So the first TV sets, um, they cost $400, which, I mean, people I think back then were making something like $40. So only the top 2% can afford a television set, which makes you wonder what were broadcasters broadcasting if only 2% of the U.S. population can tune in. So what changed was the industrial military complex had become more privatized, more corporate, and they started making appliances. And so, of course, the TV became now mass produced and much more affordable. And so now people can now afford to go and get their new item of prominence. In addition to getting cars, which had the same story. Every home had one car, and everybody showed off their car. Likewise, their TV, everyone was showing off their TV. And that now took the place of radio, as we said before, as the family-centered activity. As you know, early TV was heavily on advertising products. 70s, we had cable TV. If you're old enough to remember the cable box, what happened there we went from, I don't know, I think at that point it was like 4 channels, maybe give or take, to something like 30 channels. And so you had to now, for the first time, pay a monthly subscription for this privilege of extra channels, including access to movies from the movie theater, maybe a couple of months or a few months after they had been out of the movie theaters. So home box office, HBO. That's where that comes from. Now, that was followed by the 80s satellite, which at first, you had these big satellites where you could catch any satellite depending on how free your access was, how open it was, how big your satellite was. You can catch satellite dishes from Europe even. But then that became privatized as well. DirecTV put all these restrictions on it, and now you had to go through them to get access to certain specific satellites. 90s brought in the big TV, another thing of prominence, and so the theater experience now came at home. We had the surround sound speaker systems that followed, and so on. 2000s, we had the red box Apple TV, the streaming, the Netflix, and so on, which again now changed things completely. Again, with subscriptions, now you had more subscriptions, sure, but you had more access, and you can also now choose which movie you want to watch when you want to watch it, which was a nice feature. But things went from analog and free roam to lockdown and digital. So late 2000s, I believe it was, when analog was officially outlawed, which is fascinating. Same thing with the wave-band radios; they were outlawed, and traditional phone lines. Now, I can't really say about the United States whether or not traditional phone lines still exist. I imagine it does, but in Europe, some countries, they don't have that. They have a VoIP. It's all digital. So that's kind of weird. Again, I'm not I'm not spreading any conspiracy theories. I'm just presenting facts and allowing you to make up your own minds about what you want to believe about these things. So, the second golden age of television, or the golden age of television, second golden age officially is what they call it, was the turn of the century 2000s, where reality TV and texting, cell phone technology, somewhat merged for the first time in a show you might have heard of, American Idol. Now, texting really peaked in 2005, and that's where cell phone use really became big, and I feel cell phone addiction became big. Again, not getting off on too many tangents, but I remember, all right, I don't want to get off on a tangent. Fortunately, I'm behind in time, but I could go on and on about cell phone addiction and what I observed even that early, only with texting. But let me just, we'll cover that in a minute. Okay. So, yes, laugh tracks. I became a fan of going back and watching older movies and older TV shows. And for the life of me, I cannot figure out why I thought they were so funny back in the day. And then I found out about the laugh track. There was actually a guy walking around with a black box of laugh tracks. He was known for that. He was paid well for it. And so what he did was he took audio of a TV show. I can't remember which TV show it was exactly. So I don't want to guess wrong, and so he was using basically the same loops, the same audio for TV shows, making things that were regular seem funny or palpable. And also the applause sign. We're all familiar with the applause sign. Even movies kind of poke fun at that. And so what's interesting, though, is that when you have that live audience experience, is that, it might seem like there's a certain mood, but that mood is actually being dictated. So the live audience experience is a bit misleading in that the audience doesn't actually give any real feedback. They're directed to what feedback they're going to give and when they're going to give it and when they're going to stop it. And if that's not good enough as far as laughs go, that is enhanced post-production. Okay. And the video cameras. The old video cameras, back in the day, it was like this. You put the VH tape in there and you try to hold it up steady for as long as you could. We all know what that led to. And that's all I'm going to say about that. Any questions?
Nope.
No, moving on. Oh, wait a minute. Did I mention the isolation? Yeah. Okay. So here we see the advancement of the notebook and the iPad, and how television and the streaming and all that has been, and cell phones, of course, has become an individualized activity. We've gone from family-centered to completely individualized and completely isolated, shut off from what's going on around us, completely immersed into the information that's being given to us. That's quite the cultural transition and an individual transition. This is affecting the individual on a very deep level. All right, quickly, pinball. We had Ballyhoo in the early 20s. This was just a tabletop pinball machine where all you could do was pull the ball back and hopefully it fell where you wanted it to. A year later, they added lights, and so the lights was something that was a draw. And so that was followed by Humpty Dumpty. Now, the Humpty Dumpty game was in the late 40s, and that had 6 flippers to it, which I'm a bit of a patterns guy, so I find it interesting that they added 6 flippers, but that could be just a coincidence. So that was kind of a way or opportunity for pinball machines to get popular, but they died down and made another comeback in the 70s with this whole pinball wizard culture, showing off your pinball machine skills and whatnot. At the same time, though, arcade games were coming out. So the first arcade game, I believe, was Space Invaders, and that came out in '78. Now, it's worth noting that in Space Invaders, there was no continue. In other words, you couldn't just put in another quarter to continue the game. As far as you got on whatever level or stage you got to, that was it. Right? The continue thing came on later with Miss Pac-Man and so on. And so now you can feed in quarters, you can pick up to where you just died, left off. It's kind of like a second life. And so that's significant. We'll talk about that more. With Atari, Atari, again in the 70s, now the arcade came home, but the first Ataris, the Atari 400, that also didn't have a reset button. Now you see the picture here, that's the Atari 2600, where it did have a reset button. So again, similar to the arcades where you didn't have continue, you could feed in more quarters, and later you could. Now the home consoles, where you couldn't reset the game, now you could. And then Nintendo even took it a step further, and not only can you reset the game, but you can also continue to the point where you just died in the game. And then in the early 90s, I believe it was, late 80s, late 80s Commodore, early 90s Amiga, where the Amiga now allowed gamers to, this was the first official gaming computer, but they could take games and manipulate the code and add cheat codes to it. And one of the cheat codes, by the way, was commonly called God mode, where your character could go into the game and do anything it wanted without consequence. So we're seeing a pattern here. Continue feeding the quarters, reset at a certain place wherever you die, and you can come back to life over and over again or wherever you want, to now manipulating the parameters of the game and even having God mode without consequence. So this is getting down to the psyche of people. We're getting away from accountability. That's where I'm getting at. And then there was the internet, which eventually introduced Second Life. All right, so Second Life, for those who are not familiar, is basically what Facebook's metaverse is. It was the prototype for that, where people would go into this digital reality and create things from scratch, so to speak. I mean, there were people that were actually creating clothing lines and houses and whatnot and selling them to other people online in Second Life. And of course, doing all kinds of things. And as far as their logo, that speaks for itself. Again, I'm just pointing out facts, not putting out conspiracy theories. And then that went to Angry Birds, cell phones. That became a very popular viral thing. I believe I've covered everything here. Yep. Any questions?
So Rockstar says, interesting observation with God mode.
Yeah.
And indeed.
Yeah, we'll talk about cellular WW next. Yep, good. So, all right. So the internet thing is just it's just changed the world. Long story short, it has changed the world in a very short period of time. So I want to challenge everyone. I want to ask, why www? Why World Wide Net? Why not Worldwide Network or Global Network? I mean, if parameters early on, if just one letter was a major issue, why add an extra letter? Why www? Anybody have any ideas? All right. Now this is
Yeah,
considered.
I
Sorry.
you could just say that it was. I mean, I don't know who came up with that schema, but you could just say that it was something that they liked. Of course, it became very catchy, and as you're pointing out here, it is 666 in Hebrew. And yeah, I mean, it could be coincidental by certainly, um,
But
but
yeah,
it
let me.
is
Sorry.
interesting.
Yeah. So let me also include again why net, why internet, and why World Wide Web. I mean, why not again something that's actually accurate to the technology like that again network or connectivity or something instead of web. I mean, again, these are two terms for two technical terms, internet and web, that are suggesting people are getting caught into something. To me, it's a crazy coincidence. I don't know. To me, it feels like a revelation of the method, but I'm one of those people. What can I say? I'm one of those people that sees patterns. Um, but yeah, so the influence of the internet. Early on, it started off as um, push technology, right? So, am I getting it backwards? My, my, I think I'm having a dyslexia moment. So, yeah, basically, these were closed networks. You had to be a bit of a techie to even know what the internet was. You had to get this extra equipment that nobody knew about and pay all this extra money. So very few people know anything about the internet and how to access it. And for the most part, they were accessing closed systems. Um, and so one of my favorite movies is Jumping Jack Flash, which kind of exaggerates this closed system thing where the main character is approached by a spy through this closed system. So yeah, as it turns out, we found out over and over and over again, including Facebook, who did get busted. And I was warned by a Booz Allen Hamilton head consultant around 2010, 2011, 2012, the latest, that Facebook was giving employers information. So you need to be careful what you put online. And then about 5 years later, they get called out for it and they go out before Congress, yet they don't get held accountable for anything, and they somehow come out of it more powerful than ever before. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. We talked about American Idol and the texting and influence there. It's just fascinating that the internet went from closed to open, and again, when it went open, when Google took it open around the turn of the century, um, from pull to push. So you can type things like online. Like I remember I typed when I first got on there. One of the things I typed was Minnie Mouse, and bam, I got porn. Like what does Minnie Mouse have to do with porn? It was very crazy, very chaotic. And so I guess they refined that and all that. But I don't know. I mean, even before that, I mean, when in the 90s we had AOL. For those of us who are old enough to remember AOL, I think it was 24K dial-up. We had to wait forever for anything, and you got the fax machine sound and so on. When you were getting online back then, that was just internet texting. AOL was pretty much the first only internet texting, and people were getting on there and introducing themselves with ASL, so which meant age, sex, location. And so from the very beginning, the internet was a place of secret hookups. Long story short, yeah, it was just from the very beginning. It was very, very, very non-Christian. Long story short, but also I'm jumping around here. But let me just jump up to the 5G and how those sprouted up during the 2019 lockdown, and how that's all I'm going to say about that. But they just kind of sprouted up all over the place, and we have been the same since. Do I have any questions about the internet? Should I just move on?
No questions, but Marion said a web is what a spider uses to catch prey.
Yeah.
Definitely seems to be applicable.
Yeah. I mean, to me, they've got a habit of just kind of boasting about what they're doing. Again, just coming from someone who's been observing media and now retrospectively going back and looking at it more analytically, it feels like they've been rubbing viewers' noses in it for quite some time now. Let me just go back to just to reinforce that thought. For those who believe this whole Mel Gibson accusation, this whole I don't want to use the word, I don't get you pinged, but the young manipulation, sexual manipulation of young people. There we go. Is something new. I challenge you to go back and look at early silent films. The movie called The Kid. Just I think it's available for free online. Just take a look at it. Charlie Chaplin in life had some questionable life choices, but even in his movies, it's quite out there. And this is a movie that, if you're not paying attention, it's kind of like angelic and so on and so forth. But then, yeah, in context of things, it's pretty blatant. Something's going on there. Okay, so Psychology 101. I don't want to bore you guys with Psychology 101. I'm assuming that everyone's pretty much familiar with this stuff. Shall we skip it or cover it? If anyone wants me to cover it, type 1.
Yeah, so there'll be some time before people hear that.
Okay.
Um,
Okay, I see.
we got several people in the chat trying to talk about unrelated things. Guys, these streams are for a specific subject, a specific
That's fine.
purpose. If you want to come here and talk about how great Islam is or how horrible Islam is or whatever, you're in the wrong stream. I do plenty of streams on Islam. That's not the subject today. Of course, we'll get to how media relates to Islam, but the primary subject is media. So if you're not interested in that, then no problem. Come back a different day. But don't try to change the stream into what you want to talk about. That's not going to work.
This is pretty much
so Marion would like to, Marion would like a brief overview of psychology.
Okay, thank you. All right, real quickly, because I don't want to bore everyone. It seems like I'm losing some people here. So yeah, I would imagine people are familiar with the Pavlov experiment. Basically, it was this. So they had a dog and a bell, and so he rang the bell and nothing happened. And that's called the control. And so then every time he brought the food out, he would ring the bell. And so the dog would have a natural reaction of salivating. And so after doing this over and over again, so the dog can be conditioned to start salivating and hearing the bell. The food was removed, but the bell was rung. And now, instead of the dog doing nothing, like the control group, the dog now started salivating even though there was no food. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum, right? So anyone hearing that jingle and is salivating right now is a victim of Pavlovian conditioning. All right, I'm
guilty. It absolutely does work on human beings as well. And I took a psychology class in college, and they showed us an interesting informal experiment where remember, like 20 years ago, Staples had an easy button where you pushed it and it said that was easy or something like that, where a psychology student would push that button and then shoot his roommates with a Nerf gun. It didn't hurt, but it was enough to cause a reaction. And then after a while, he pushed the button and they flinched and he didn't shoot them. So
interesting.
But it does absolutely work on human beings.
Yeah. So the other famous one is the Bobo doll experiment, and this is controversial, and I don't know why it's controversial. Essentially, this experiment is where children are put into a room filled with different kinds of toys, a variety of toys, and in the background or on the side, a video is being played of a woman playing with specific kinds of toys in specific kinds of way. Basically, she was taking the bubble doll and beating it up. So now these children, without giving any direction, they could have done whatever they wanted. They could have played with toys, ignored the TV and all that. They watched the woman do this activity, and they turned around and grabbed the same toy and they mimicked the behavior that they observed. So, again, this is controversial. I don't know why, but this is another illustration of it. The Stanford experiment is actually one they made a movie about, and that is just how far the psyche can take it. We talked about Y2K and Orson Welles, War of the Worlds, a number of things actually. COVID-19 lockdown, where just this messaging and the way it's presenting can have a very deep emotional impact on people, to the degree where people's livelihood or well-being can be put in jeopardy. Okay, so, all right, stop me if you've heard this one before, Thaddeus, but let's do a little experiment. All right, so I want you to close your eyes and imagine that you're going to the supermarket, you're going shopping, right? What do you do there? What are you going to do? You're going to go.
Sorry, did you want me to answer? So grab a
Yeah.
cart, walk up and down aisles, pick
Sorry.
things off
So,
the shelf.
yeah, but let's use one word. The verb there, you're going to the supermarket to go
Shopping.
shopping. Good, very good. Now, spell shop for me.
SHOP.
Okay, now picture the word shop in your favorite color. All right. Now, what word are you picturing?
Shop.
How do you spell that?
SHOP.
So what do you do at the traffic light when you see the green light?
I almost said stop, but it's go.
See, so a little mind trick there. And so that's what happens to the mind. There's also the fill in the blank phenomena, where your mind automatically fills in a blank or something that's missing, that's not there. So I want people to consider this. All right. I don't know if the listeners have ever had this experience where they walked into a home, or, I don't know if people still do this or not, but actually it's kind of transitioned from TV to cell phone. But so either way, you're walking into a home and people are completely engrossed in their devices, let's say the TV. And now you're on the outside looking in. You're not watching TV yourself, but you're watching them watch TV. And have you ever noticed this kind of how, basically the experience is like this. And people are in this frozen stasis, like, me too. Whoever engages in this activity, like that. And people can be like doing things beside them, and they're completely focused and engrossed. They might acknowledge that, but they don't care. They're completely focused on what's going on right there on the TV, taking it all in. Same thing with cell phones now. It's just much more individualistic and wherever you go. So, yeah, and that's the thing with cell phones. They were pushing the cell phones with anywhere, anytime, anyone to now it's, especially after COVID-19, we were forced in isolation. It became everywhere, everyone, all the time, right? So, and yeah, you see people with this phenomenon is completely engrossed in their phone and not acknowledging anything. And these phones have also,
Definitely.
Sorry?
I said definitely.
Yeah, and these phones have also, there's a lot that's been said about the cell phone things, but another thing that I've observed early, around 2010, about a decade ago, was just how it's destroyed our ability to be patient. And that's significant, because if you're not patient, you're being spastic, you're being criminal. And that's what we're seeing out today, a lot of spastic, ugly, criminal behavior. And of course, this egocentric behavior, this individualism, where you got to take a selfie and it's all about me and all that. It's very, very disturbing. And then the likes, the constant need for affirmation. which leaves you susceptible to being directed. Well, am I like them? Am I not like them? Am I doing the right thing? Am I not doing the right thing? You know, it's hard to be an individual with free will and free mind these days. And this is especially true with young children who, you know, back in the day, we were raised on the television was the expression. I was raised by the boob tube. So, and now they're being raised by um, mobile WW devices that you really don't have any control of. You don't even know what they're accessing anymore or who's accessing them, by the way. That's the other issue. So I want to illustrate, you know, this idea. I was trying to coin this thing, mainstream media Mooneyism, you know, this whole California cult thing. It never caught on, but I felt, yeah, and I felt justified when, and again, just for the record, just so I don't lose anybody here. When it comes to politics, my political stance is this, people. Okay, I'm non-denominational. That's my political stance. I'm Christian. I don't care about anything else. Period. So, but I saw the type of attitude that was being built up in media, and people were, you know, like we said in the Bobo doll experience, they were doing what they were being prompted to, and behaving and sounding the way they were being prompted to. And so I was like, man, you know, these are mass media movies. Someone's gonna like end up setting themselves on fire. Sure enough, when Trump got voted in that very same night, someone set themselves on fire in California in front of one of his hotels. And the following year, someone set themselves on fire on I think it was the White House lawn in D.C. What is it, the Capitol building or the White House? I think it was the White House. So here's a couple of examples of how much influence media has on us. All right, should we play the next video?
Sure. Is that 11A?
Yes.
1 second here.
Thank you, Thaddeus. And just remember, I mean, these kids are completely malleable, influential. Please, please keep an eye on them.
Let's put that up here. All right.
You know, just a little confession here. I'm an online teacher. I've been teaching English to, can I say China? Is that allowed on the internet anymore? Chinese students or Asian students for years now. And the things that I've been subjected to as a student by young students, I'm not going to share with you. I'm embarrassed. I didn't want to say. But people, watch your kids. Watch what they're being inundated with.
Can we ask that?
Oh, yes. It's nice sandwich. Joe, where are you going? Come over to the rest.
So this scene is actually something that was taken out of the movie theater while the movie was still in movie theaters. What was happening was people were going out and imitating the behavior that you're about to witness. And so because it looked cool, and like, look, the star did it, and he got away with it, and that's got to be. I mean, back then it was on the verge of, not quite yet, on the verge of YOLO culture. You know, you only live once, and so you know the thrill-seeking culture. You only live once, so try to, you know, partake in some suicidal activities. It makes plenty of sense. But that's what mass media prompts you to do. And so because people were mimicking this behavior, people were getting injured and dying. And so while the movie was still in movie theaters, they had to cut the scene out.
Hey, bud, they're talking about how good I am under pressure. Joe, don't be an asshole.
No, sorry about the language. I should have censored that. My bad.
Get off the highway.
And no worries.
Come on, then hit me first.
Starting to look like a local wonder bread out there.
Hey, you know, they're making us look like a bunch of pussies standing here sucking our thumbs.
Yeah, there's nobody in the defense out there. What are you looking at? You think you're bad? White boys. See ya.
Simon, be careful. I mean it. Be careful.
Sure thing, darling.
never mention this shit in recruiting.
Cool, huh?
Yeah,
Yes.
totally.
People did this. People went out and did this. So that's just one example. You call it anecdotal all you want, but I think the evidence is overwhelming that and media does influence us. Anybody who's still doubting this, I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, there's a popular ex-KGB agent who talked about conditioning, the gulags, and all that. An interview he did in the late 70s. His name is Bezmenov, Yuri Bezmenov, ex-KGB agent Yuri. If you look that up, watch his full interview. Everything he said came about from Reaganomics on to what we're experiencing today. But one of the things that he said that you might see on the internet, and I use often myself in place of mainstream media money, which never caught, is useful idiot. Now, that's offensive, ugly, but it's also spot on. And what he was warning about was that, once someone is conditioned, there's nothing you can do. You can, if they believe that water is acidic, you can say, hey, look, water, I'm drinking it. There's nothing wrong. They won't believe it. Okay. They've been conditioned. So, and we've seen that. All of us have seen that in our lifetime because of what happened with the COVID-19 lockdown, so at this point, especially after that, these past few years, if anyone's still doubting the impact, the degree of how it affects society and the individual, I mean, I got to agree with Agent Yuri there. Spot on. Any questions?
Nope.
Okay. So one of the questions, and the last question we had was, what are the expressions that influenced you? We had yes, indeed, which technically it was from an internet source. So I'm going to argue that too was a media source that you're influenced by. One of your favorite expressions is technically a media thing. We also had, I can't read my own handwriting. Oh, bummer. So, but we had a few actually. There's a couple more that I wrote down that I can't even read. So bad. But we had a couple people in the chat that expressed a couple of lines that influenced them. I mean, one of my own again was, what are you prepared to do next? So another one that I like to test people with, people who say, well, you know what, that doesn't affect me. I'm not. Oh yeah, well, complete this adage. Keep your friends close, all of them, no matter who they are, how old they are. How old they are is important because it's an older movie. This is from the 70s. And where they're from, worldwide phenomena. All of them know the answer. Keep your friends close, your enemies closer. That's not an adage. That's a movie line. A movie line, a gangster movie from the 70s, has influenced culture, generations after generations, worldwide. The mindset, the way they look at people, the way they approach life, and with a rationale that's completely upside down, completely backward. Why would you want to keep your friends closer than you? I mean, your enemies closer than your friends. That makes no sense. People live by it.
Mm-hmm.
Pay it forward. Why is charity a Ponzi scheme? What is that?
Yeah, good point. Good point.
Yeah, but people loved it. Pay it forward. If I do some good, I'm gonna get karma. Karma's popular, not tenfold, but karma. The bucket list. I mean, okay, it's nice to do good things before you die, I guess, but why are we looking at death so as this finite thing? You can't touch this. Okay, I'm dating myself there, but that was a phenomenon back in the day. More recent was the YOLO thing from the internet, which was actually a reality thing, the whole golden age thing. Talk to the Hand, less popular, but as a Greek, I just want to say
that was very
so,
popular for a short period. It may have only lasted
sure,
half a year or so, but
yeah,
it was
yeah,
everywhere for a little while.
yeah, exactly. Now that came from a TV show. It was a TV show that popularized it. But yeah, that was Living La Vida Loca popular. Um, yeah. So how have these expressions influenced your mindset? How you approach things, how you view others, who you are, and if you still say that you're not influenced in any way by media, let me ask you this: what about everyone around you? Are they influenced by media? And if the answer is yes, then, well, aren't they around you? Don't you have interaction with them? Aren't you influenced by the things they do? And so even if you say that the media doesn't directly influence you, unless you live in a bubble and somewhere in the multiverse, some other dimension, media still influences you because it influences the people around you. All right, moving on to the next part. Any questions before I move on?
Nope. I think you put that well. That what's scary is that we don't even realize how our thought process is shaped by these, what we now call memes. Of course, that wasn't always a term in the public mind, but the same idea has existed since at least the beginning of mass media, if not before, that certain ideas, they take off and everyone is thinking about them or using them or referencing them for a short period of time, and it kind of subtly influences the future when it happens.
Well said.
So now we come to mass media and Islam.
Finally. All right. What people are here for. Yeah. So yeah, basically, what do we hear, speaking of messaging, what do we always hear from people in media about media itself and its portrayal of Islam? It's that it's negative. Well, let me address an argument that I'm probably going to hear. And that's, well, I'm not Muslim, so how can I speak on the behalf of Muslims? Well, here's the thing. You can't see all the trees from the middle of the forest. So as a non-Muslim, how can you speak on how I perceive Muslims? And that's what we're talking about here, perception of Muslims.
Mm-hmm.
So 20th century films romanticized Islam. That's going to be a surprise to some people because, again, we've heard nothing but the exact opposite. But I have evidence of that. Hollywood war movies display U.S. forces as encroachers and Muslims as victims. You see this over and over and over again. American TV idolizes and sensationalizes Islamic preternatural legends. I Dream of Jeannie was one of my personal favorites growing up, and among others. And even Marvel, again, going back to the comic thing, which was Jewish, you think that the Jews would not like Islam and therefore, not want to portray him positively. Even Marvel has Islamic protagonists as superpowered characters and have had that for decades. So, yeah, I mean, basically, again, I think we got on about how the anti-Christian agenda exists in the media as well. So, starting with a weak argument, celebrities. We all know Andrew Tate. But isn't it interesting that all these celebrities from Hollywood and other entertainment, Andrew Tate was not exactly a Hollywood guy, but definitely a celebrity. You got sports figures and so on that are celebrities that are promoting Islam, apologizing for it, even Christian figures. I mean, who is that wearing Wow. Is that Steve Harvey? What is he doing? What is he doing? You got apologists like Denzel Washington, who's lately been promoted as a figure of or spokesman of Christianity, who is reacting to Trump's Muslim ban during conflict, and so on. Look, a lot of this stuff is internet sources, but a lot of this stuff is vetted. So I'm going to let you be the judge of all that, of what's real and what isn't. But certainly, there's a lot of Muslim figures that are popular, that are openly Muslim, or a lot of people that, for whatever reason, pro-Islam openly and even aggressively. Taking a look at a couple of films that are maybe subtly pro-Islam. You would think that they're completely pro-America, but if a second look, not so much. American Sniper, that's one of my personal favorites when it comes to war films. But this movie shows this the prowess of this super sniper, let's call him, who also has an antagonist who is Muslim, who also is a super sniper. So it's also at the same time showing the prowess of Islamic militia. And at the end of the movie, wah, wah, I'm not going to spoil it for you if you haven't watched it, but you can guess what happens. 12 Strong. Okay, so now here's a movie that, how can a movie 12 Strong be pro-Islam, right? Well, how does the movie open up, first of all? Portraying these lead characters. Are they heralded by their family members for going out to battle Islamic terrorism? Or are they portrayed as a bad dad and a bad husband for leaving again? And that's just one example. Zero Dark 30. Okay, this one is a bit on the fence, but if you remember the headlines, we got him. You guys remember that one? So this was about getting the terrorist, bin Laden. So, it's political. So yeah, this one can go either way. But an argument can be made that it's also pro-Islam, where, in a sense that, or actually an overwhelming argument on two levels. Because it's political, it's arguably, consequently, also pro-Islam, because it's portraying the holding back of getting this terrorist, even though they knew where he was for a while. They did nothing about it. But also, the mismanagement of the whole thing. That's arguably pro-Islam. The incompetent U.S. forces. All right, any questions there? All right.
So it's very interesting how, you nominally have these movies that are portraying people in the military as heroes against the Islamic terrorists, but they undermine the fact that this person is a hero, which kind of implies, and in many cases, they right out say that America was doing something wrong there, and that the Muslims are the victims of the evil Americans, and so forth. Indeed, a Muslim in the chat making that exact argument, saying how America killed 300,000 in Iraq based on a lie. He seems to forget that Saddam Hussein was hated by the Muslim world before that invasion. He's so desperate to play the part of being a victim, and ironically play right into this media bias where they're like, oh, the poor Muslims, they're just victims of those powerful Americans. And he's right here in the chat saying, yeah, I'm a poor, pathetic victim. I just got to sit here and complain in chat.
Okay.
Meanwhile, throughout Islamic history, Muslims bragged about how awesome their armies were and how many people they slaughtered. And they thought it was the greatest thing ever. And now, because he has been influenced by media, he thinks of himself as a victim. How sad is that?
Yeah, that's quite common. And about whether or not, okay, so I was about to include that. Well, I kind of suspect whether or not this is coincidental or whether or not there's Muslim influence in these portrayals. But for a fact, media, at least some media outlets, has admitted as much. And you can see that for yourselves on a Project Veritas undercover story of NPR and how they were admitting openly in these secret conversations that, yeah, your money will buy certain coverage and dictate what we cover to a terrorist organization, to a fundraiser for terrorism. So it's not really conspiracy theory when there's undercover journalism that unveils it. So, but also let me mention that, I'm starting with weaker arguments, and we have one Muslim, yeah, I got him now. Let me tell you, but I'm just starting with I'm just getting started. So going to the point that you just mentioned, there's movies that outright undermine U.S. forces. Absolutely. I mean, and here's just a sampling. This is not all of them, but this is just a sampling of them. Let's start with Black Hawk Down. Okay, so now we got the U.S. Special Forces that were shot down by not so well equipped or trained pirates. So, all right, so yeah, that's definitely not pro-U.S. and definitely pro-Islam. We have Eye in the Sky, the big controversy about the drones and how unethical drones are. We don't want drones. We want American soldiers dying. We don't want robots. So that's unethical. Return. Okay, so this one, is about a woman returning from combat in the Middle East, and she's having struggles assimilating into society. Now, it's difficult for me to laugh at this one because I've had personal friends who, dear friends, in fact, were Vietnam veterans. I knew a guy from Chicago who was a demolitions expert. So he was literally not only he was a Marine on top of that. So not only was in the front line as a Marine, but he was in the front of the front and survived it. And he would share stories with me. And I also had a friend whose father not only shared a story with me, but shared the actual pictures that he took while it was happening. And that one scarred me for life. I'd love to share that with you just so you can experience the trauma of war just by sharing a story. I'd have to have the pictures too, the actual pictures. That added to the effect. But that changed my life forever. To the potato head that is an apologist for terrorism over there. I admittedly have to confess that when I was young, I had a subscription to Time magazine. So Time magazine was playing up the whole Desert Storm war. And this was a coalition war. This was a war against a man who was destroying the environment was the big thing. Not only his invasion of Kuwait, but he's destroying the environment. And again, this is a war that the Saudis supported. And I'm getting off on tangents here, but I just want to point out how media has an effect on people. As a subscriber to Time magazine as an adolescent, I got influenced by that and was wearing a Bomb Baghdad T-shirt. And it was my friendship with that Vietnam veteran, and then that encounter with my friend's father that quickly snapped me out of this pro-war mindset that I got from media. Now I'm completely anti-war, which is why I'm not a fan of Islam. Lone Survivor. I bet you can guess by the title if that's what that's about. Okay, but it's basically, again, a group of special forces that go over and get completely butchered. Definitely not pro-U.S., absolutely pro-Islam. Courage Under Fire. The Incompetence. Do you trust your leader? The Meg Ryan plays the captain in the story. And it's about a court trial and these soldiers being, brought to court about whether or not they're being loyal or whether or not they killed their own captain. Definitely not pro-U.S., obviously pro-Islam. Now, this is, I believe, was a Showtime, or I believe it was HBO. HBO, a movie, Savior, one of my personal favorites. It talks about the Slavic War, which, forgive me, but the U.S. stance with regards to Serbia has not been exactly exemplary. Serbia is a Christian nation, and America has a history of repeatedly bombing it in favor of Islam. So, and this movie not only portrays this, but what it does is it portrays this U.S. soldier as a completely, he's the terrorist, by the way. He has this terrorist incident in reaction to something. And so he goes through the movie as an atheist, and the whole movie is portraying the Serbs, the Christian Serbs, as these evil, horrible warmongers, and the Muslims as victims. So again, anti-U.S., pro-Islam. It's a good movie if you can find it. Good luck finding it. The copyrights are no longer in the U.S. It's international, so it's hard to find, but worth a watch. I like it because it's got an edifying ending. If you happen to catch it, I don't want to tell you what the ending is, but it's got a happy ending, so it's worth a watch. Hurt Locker, post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. Again, anti-war, anti-U.S. forces, thereby pro-Islam. War Machine, a comedy about American soldiers in the Middle East, anti-U.S., pro-Islam. 13 Hours. Okay, we know all about 13 Hours. Hillary Clinton had a big laugh about it. The incompetence of U.S. forces, pro-Islam. You know how the Muslim forces overran the U.S. Embassy. The Men Who Stare at Goats, a mockery of everything, and anything and everything, really. And notice the cover, by the way, on that. But obviously, since it's a mockery, it's obviously anti-U.S. And by nature pro-Islam. All right. Any questions?
Yep. I think that you made the point pretty clear here that there are a lot of movies that, their intent isn't necessarily to undermine the army or to undermine U.S.'s military actions, but because they're portraying their characters as complex people who have problems inflicted by war and so on and so forth, they end up doing that. And in many cases, they're doing that intentional because the person behind it actually is anti-war, is actually anti-U.S. military. Other cases, it's not intentional, but regardless, it influences the person watching and creates an impression that the U.S. is in the wrong, that the U.S. is doing things that they shouldn't be doing. And as Ask Truth Apologetics points out, ironically, the Muslims seem to be the one most swayed by this. That they seem to be most swayed into making themselves victims, even though their prophet would be utterly humiliated at someone being a victim.
Yeah. So, speaking of which, victims, if I'm taking an academic approach, and I'm taking liberties here in this presentation, I'm being a little more opinionated, obviously, but I think it's important that we focus, especially as Christians, on fruits, on outcomes, speaking academically. So if we're looking at outcomes, to use an adage, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So regardless of whatever these movie makers intended to do, the habitual outcome is overwhelmingly evident. All right, let's move on to the next one. Okay. So here's some pro-Islam movies. Okay, we talked about movies that were anti-U.S. and most of them, if not all of them, were also pro-Islam. Now we're talking about movies that glamorized Islam. Wait a minute. Am I missing? I thought media was anti-Islam. Oh my! I must be losing my mind here. Let's take a look. Robin Hood. This is the Kevin Costner Robin Hood. Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves. I think it was from the 90s, 91, I think. Yeah, this is one of my personal favorites. But the movie starts off with the prince, the young Prince Robin Hood, coming back to his own land from the religious crusades, the evil wars, and with a guide that's a Moor, that's a Muslim, and his Moor is portrayed as, again, his let's say his guide, his mentor, and he's talking about things like, well, for example, how wonderful women back home are compared to the women there. I mean, back home, the women possess your heart and your mind, that possess you. You know, they're so wonderful. And also through the movie, you see him doing things like his technology, his knowledge, his mind is more advanced than the barbarian prince. And so he's able to take out the telescope and so on and do things like that. So clearly here we have a character who is not the main character, but is put in there to portray how advanced and how superior Muslims and Muslims' culture and society and advancements are compared to the West. The Lion of the
You'll
Desert.
notice a lot of these.
Sure.
I was going to say, if you notice, a lot of these films are oriented towards children. And we see this actually in children's movies a lot, that there always seem to be glamorizing other cultures, not just Islamic cultures, but other cultures in general. That they're always about some different land where people are better than they are here or whatever.
Yeah. Like to go off on a complete tangent here, but semi-related, like the movie I mentioned earlier, Turning Red. You know, it's glamorizing other culture, but what culture are they glamorizing, and what exactly are they glamorizing in the process? I beg you guys to watch the clippings that are put together, the explanations on my channel on Turning Red. Or if it's not on YouTube, actually, you know what, on YouTube, I'm sorry. On YouTube, they've only left 10 minutes or a couple of minutes of it. You have to go to other platforms to watch that, like on BitChute, on Brighteon, and I've uploaded everywhere else. Turning Red, under my name, Nicodemus Serpico. Yeah. So the next three movies are basically war movies that are pro-Islam. Muhammad Ali, we're all familiar with that story. You know how he was Cassius Clay and then became Muhammad Ali, and therefore now he's a great fighter. He wasn't before, right? But there was also other movies made on Muhammad Ali. It wasn't just him. It was Don King and a couple of others that also went out of their way to include sequences that illustrated how he was Muslim and, you know, so on. Malcolm X, great historical figure, but somehow juxtaposed to Martin Luther King Jr. So here's an interesting story, but definitely pro-Muslim. I mean, again, media goes on and on about how great, how wonderful, how significant Malcolm X's contributions were to end slavery, which is not even close to the case. The Thief of Baghdad is one that's controversial. There's some Muslims online I saw that argue that this is anti-Islam. Surprise, surprise. But, you know, if you watch it, again, from our perspective, and if you're concerned about our perspective, as a non-Muslim, I'm telling you, this is absolutely pro-Islam, 100%. And the whole, as you can see, well, I'll leave it at that. The Kite Runner, an award winner, pro-Islam, as you mentioned before. Again, that too would be geared towards children. And it opens up with this relationship between a Muslim and a non-Muslim, and how, this Muslim is being duped by the non-Muslim. He's not really a friend, and so on and so forth.
Ironic, very ironic, since Muslims supposedly aren't allowed to have friends who are non-Muslims except to deceive them.
Yeah. So reinforcing the Muslim ideology. Yeah. Aladdin, we're all familiar with. It's been done over and again. Alibaba and the 40 Thieves, a bit of an older classic. It had some sequels. Sinbad, the same thing. It had a number of sequels. And all of those come from, in other words, Aladdin, Alibaba, and Sinbad. These are characters from 1001 Arabian Nights. How are we doing on time? Should I describe that Muslim classic, 1001 Arabian Nights?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, yeah, there was a couple of movies made about that, but this is a classic where, let me tell you the story. Let me tell you Arabian Nights real quick. So this is about a couple of brothers. Both wives were unfaithful to them. So the one brother gets completely mad and he kills his wife for it. And then he decides, you know what? He's so heartbroken that he's not going to go through this again. So he decides to marry a virgin so he doesn't have to go through that again. And what he does is the next day, to make sure that she doesn't cheat on him after their wedding night, the next day he murders her. And so he does this again. And so now he keeps doing this over and over and over again, marrying virgins and killing them so they don't cheat on him. And so now he's run out of virgins. And so his top official is like, okay, well, you know what? I guess you can have my daughter. She's the only one left. And what his daughter does is she ends up telling him a story on their wedding night. And the story is so great that he's like so interested, but she makes it a cliffhanger. And so, well, if he wants to hear the rest of the story, he can't kill her the next day. And so the next day, she tells a story again with a cliffhanger, and again he's not, it keeps her alive. This goes on and on and on for 1001 nights until through the process they have children. And it's like, you know what? I'm not going to kill her. How romantic, right? So this is, by the way, this is not U.S. media portrayal of Islam. This is an Islamic classic, 1001 Arabian Nights. Mm-hmm. So these are where these stories come from. I believe we've covered everything here. Do you have any questions?
Nope.
All right. Okay, so international films. I've got a confession here. I should have put this earlier for with regards to weaker arguments. And for me, this is a weak argument because I haven't actually watched all these movies. I'm just going based on descriptions. But even by the titles alone, you can see that these are obviously pro-Islam. Again, this is anecdotal since it is technically an assumption on my part. But, I mean, sometimes you have to be an adult about things. So being an adult, I mean, obviously, Magnum Muslim 357, I imagine is pro-Muslim. Children of Heaven, obviously pro-Muslim. Muhammad, got to be pro-Muslim. Taste of Cherry, yeah, not touching that with a 10-foot pole. Conquest, 1453. Now, that's the fall of Constantinople. Take that one personally. Obviously, pro-Islam. Bilal, a new breed of hero. I wonder, is that portraying Muslims negatively?
Totally.
Journey to Mecca, obviously that's got to be an anti-Islamic movie. The Light in Her Eyes, a young girl learning about the Quran and Islam. Definitely Christian propaganda. The Message is one that's, okay, absolutely pro-Islam. This one I did watch as much as I could handle. And yeah, it actually seemed like a good film. I got to confess. I mean, when it comes to production value, I sound like a film student nerd here for a second, but yeah, production value was fantastic. A lot of money put in this movie, but absolutely overwhelmingly pro-Islam. It's going on and on from the very beginning about how you know about Muhammad and how God he's a divine intervention essentially. And even at the beginning of the movie, they put out the disclaimer. Well, you know what? We've did this with the cooperation with some Islamic organization. Forgive me, I don't remember the name. And that because of that, the portrayal of Muhammad is not included in this movie. Definitely Christian propaganda, right? Anti-Islam.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. So again, this was a
So
weaker argument. Sorry, go ahead.
one question for you. Rock Zalt would wants to know if you have any thoughts about Lawrence of Arabia.
Yeah,
Classic
I'm
film,
glad.
of course.
Yeah, I'm glad I brought that up. That's another one that's controversial. Again, since you're asking me, my opinion when I watched it was pro-Islam. It was showing the prowess of a, let's call it, less advanced military and what they were capable of do, something where the British weren't doing for themselves. To me, that's pro-Islam. But I know that there's Muslims out there that are arguing about its portrayal of Muslims. Good
Excellent.
question. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions?
Nope.
All right, let's move on. All right, so now we're moving on to TV. And other media, actually, comics. We're going back to comics too. So we have The Resurrection, again, about this one is actually about the rise of the Ottoman Empire, about the father of the guy who proliferated the Ottoman Empire, obviously pro-Islam. Transplant is about a guy who came from Pakistan, I think, Muslim, who had a food stand, and he gets the opportunity to work in a hospital, and he gets his big break, and now he becomes a doctor, and this is ongoing, obviously pro-Islam. FBI, again, now, in essence, this has been done in other movies over and over again, but this movie specifically, dedicated to portraying this Muslim lead character who's fighting war against terror. Now, he's not the only Muslim character fighting terror. It's been done over and over again in a bunch of other series and stuff. But this is one that's dedicated to that. And I want to make a note here. Please notice that these three series, they've all lasted. They're either still going, they're still not, they're still continuing, or they lasted a few seasons. Generally speaking, I mean, in fact, overwhelmingly, if someone puts out a pilot, it's going to fail. That's the majority of what happens. So if you have one season, you're automatically an instant success. A couple of seasons is a really good run. 4 seasons is the let's call it the pinnacle, or not the pinnacle, but the definite marker of a successful series. And most of the things that we think lasted forever were actually only about 3 or 4 seasons. Anything beyond that is the exception to the rule. And we have a couple that have gone on for decades, like The Simpsons. I don't know how that's running. I mean, going off on tangents here, but just to illustrate that example, that's just one in a lifetime, so to speak, phenomenon. So I'm emphasizing that point so you guys can see that not only are these lead characters based on Islam to portray Islam positively, but they're successful for whatever reason. Now, East of La Brea. Okay, now this was a online series, and this is something that's starting to get popularized now. These online independent productions. And this is a political one about the response to Trump. And so we have 2 Muslim women who get together and live in an apartment or a home. Despite their different backgrounds and all that, I'm just laughing because because it kind of reminds me of the Muslim Laverne and Shirley. For whoever's old enough for that one, probably don't get the reference, but if you know Laverne and Shirley, it's kind of like that, the Islamic Laverne and Shirley. Okay, so let's go to superheroes, which is a phenomenon this past couple of decades. We've got Miss Marvel. Not to bore you guys too much, but you got to understand the character Marvel, Miss Marvel, was actually an evolution. This was a character, I believe, from even the 60s, but definitely the 70s. There was Captain Marvel, who was like a Superman character. He was like DC had Shazam. You might have heard of him. Kind of like a Superman, but with mythological powers, where Captain Marvel had these cosmic powers. And so then they came up with Miss Marvel. So Captain Marvel, this blonde-haired male Superman cosmic power guy, evolved into Miss Marvel, a femme fatale, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, cosmic powered, kind of sort of Superman character. To now, their interpretation of it that Disney released, which is a Muslim character who also introduces Amulet, yet another Muslim character. And again, this is obviously showing Islam and her cultures and so on in a positive light. So is focusing on the aspects of her life. The character in the middle, to be honest with you, I haven't collected comics in quite a while. So, but this is a newer character that I found online. But you might have heard of the X-Men. So this is an X-Men character who is also obviously Muslim. I can't tell you what her powers is or any of her bio, but yeah, obviously pro-Islam. She's an X-Man. She's a good guy. Going further back from the 70s, we have the Arabian Night. And so he is like the Muslim Captain America. And so he's got his flying carpet and Sadism sword that, can smash anything and so on. So obviously positive and has been around for a while. And we mentioned before that Jim of Genie, which I don't know about you guys. When I was young, I still remember walking around thinking, man, I hope I find a genie in a bottle. Wouldn't that be cool to get, the 3 wishes like I saw in the movies? All right, moving on. Any questions?
Yeah, I would just add that in my observation, and in fairness, I haven't really watched any television in several years, but when I did watch television a lot when I was younger, whenever there'd be a Muslim character, they'd always be actually Muslim, by which I mean none of the other characters are actually Christians, right? So the Muslim character they'd show them praying, they'd show them there'd be plot devices around characters being, them facing discrimination for being Muslim, and there'd be talk about how they couldn't eat certain foods or, whatever, all kinds of things that make them clearly Muslim. Whereas all the regular characters, who are in theory Christians, never, ever mention religion at all. So it's kind of like 2 options. Either you're this secular figure who's presumed to be an atheist, or you're a Muslim. Perhaps maybe every once in a while you might have like a Buddhist or something. But generally, if they want a minority religious figure, it's going to be a Muslim. And they're going to be obviously Muslim. They're going to be shown praying in the thing. They're going to be having conflicts over having to keep with the Islamic law when society doesn't allow for it, and so on and so forth. All the other characters, they could be anyone. And, there's no indication whatsoever they're Christian. I find it very hard to remember any show where there was a character that was like explicitly Christian who wasn't like some weirdo character that no one liked.
It's funny you added that last part because I was about to bring up Duck Dynasty. So that's probably a not for everyone, but that was one of my favorites because of that. It was like a finally someone, I can enjoy someone being Christian openly on television, even though it was a reality show and all that. I enjoyed it, just watching the family dynamic and their goofiness, of course. But yeah, the fact that, I can now
Yeah,
feel.
the rise of reality TV definitely has created a few shows where the main characters are explicitly Christian, and the nature of reality programs is they're always weird characters. So I wouldn't count that against the media necessarily. But I'm talking about scripted programs where they're writing a character. If they write a character that's explicitly Christian, they always make it like some weirdo who's in conflict with everyone else.
Well, some would say the guys on Duck Dynasty were weirdos, and I'm sure that was by design.
Well, yeah, I mean, like I said, every reality show, the characters are going to be pretty out there, or they wouldn't have a
Yeah,
show, just
gotcha.
by nature. But
Yeah. But to your point, yeah, absolutely. And I'm going off on a little tangent here, but not really. I mean, actually, in essence, it is part of this discussion. This complaint about how movies are always Christian, always talking about God and all that, when the reality is, it's actually overwhelmingly the exact opposite, especially these days. If anything, they're anti-Christian and Christian bashing, or pro-occult, by the way, which is also, in essence, anti-Christian. And the movies that are actually Christian are, the percentage is like, I mean, I don't even know how to calculate it. It's so small. I mean, we just mentioned Duck Dynasty, but what about movies? Or, what's the last one? Passion of the Christ. I mean, you barely remember any Christian movies that are actually Christian productions, but then you get everything under the sun, including the occult, especially the occult, including everything else, and so on and so on. Yeah.
Yaya actually made a perfect example of what I'm talking about here, referencing The Simpsons, where Ned Flanders is the super religious character, and he's like the least relatable of any character on the show, like less relatable than like the characters that are like drunks and even the criminals. They seem more relatable than Ned.
Right. He's made to be the comic relief. Exactly. Well said.
Exactly.
Good point. Thank you. All right, so let's move on to slide number 20. Documentaries, the appeal to authority. Or as I put here, docs you mentalries. All right. So it's fascinating just how much influence documentaries have on us. I mean, we don't question anything they have to say, or at least I didn't used to. I don't know. I shouldn't speak for everyone else, but overall, I think it's safe to say that people take it for granted that whatever is in documentary is fact. So let's take a look at 3 documentaries that I found, only 3. There might be more. But I don't know. Do they seem anti-Islam to you? Let's see. Taxi to the Dark Side. Let's see what it says. Exposes the haunting details of USA's torture interrogation practices during the war in Afghanistan. Definitely doesn't seem like it's no. I gotta say it's not anti-Islam. If anything, it's anti-US, which in essence is pro-Islam. No end in sight, like the soul phenomena, and probably my presentation by now. Thank you for bearing with me, folks. No end in sight. A comprehensive look at the Bush administration's conduct of the Iraq War and its occupation of the country. Administration's conduct. I wonder what they meant by that. So clearly, this is anti-US, pro-Islam. Fahrenheit 9/11. Now, we all know what that's about. I mean, that won awards. It made tons of money. It put Michael Moore on the map. Anti-US, pro-Islam. So, by the way, where are all the documentaries on Islamic terrorism? Or any documentary? Can you name one?
I imagine one probably exists somewhere, but I can't think of anything.
Challenge is out. The challenge is out. Anyone who has one, please type it in. Take your time, find it. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. Let me know what it is. I'd love to know. All right. Any questions?
Nope.
Okay. So is this a new phenomenon? Okay. When I first started my academic research on the portrayal of Christian symbols and terms this past half century, at first I did it because I made the assumption that mid-20th century, as we talked about around that 60s Cultural Revolution, that the whole communist influence had a big um, effect on portrayal of Christianity and so on, and all these ethical issues. And I'm not saying that's not true. I mean, in fact, the vetted evidence, the academics, the writings, the scholars, and all that, we'll talk about these things that I'm not going to mention on your show right now. But it is factual when it comes to that. But I was shocked, surprised to find out that when I started watching older movies, just to take a break, because we're creatures of habit. So my thing, my getaway, was to watch movies. So I decided, well, you know what? Movies before the 50s have got to be safe. And I was shocked to find out that all these things that I was researching existed from the very beginning of Hollywood. And we're going to talk about some of these right here. And this movie called The Sheik. Now, The Sheik was a movie, again, before my time, but I think it's safe to assume that it was a popular movie because it had a sequel, Son of the Sheik, right? Only if it came out a few years later. So it had to be popular. 1921. Now, looking back at what we're talking about, the evolution of the movie industry, remember, this is before the golden age of the movie industry, which was the 30s. So it's already a hit. It's already getting sequels. And it's already portraying Islam in a positive way at the very beginning. I've got to point out, in case people don't know, this Hollywood Hebrew thing is not a conspiracy theory. I'm using the word Hebrew here to appeal to, I forget the guy, the Jewish guy that does the whole conservative talk shows. Anyway, whatever his name is, he made a distinction about how there's a difference between Jewish and Hebrew. And I completely agree with that. And what he was referring to, and what we find in general religions, is really in our own Bible is biblical in our own practices. It's something called the commoner, the person in the middle, what the Revelations refers to as lukewarm. So Islam has that too. And Judaism has that. Okay, so what he was referring to is the common Jew, the person who's Jew by name, not in practice. And so I'm talking about this to premise that, okay, for whatever reason, Hollywood was bought by Hebrews, okay? Whether they were practicing Jews or not, I can't say either way. But it was started by that. It was run by that. Look at the movie credits. It was obviously very Hebrew early on and for quite a while. So that's significant in the sense that, like I said before, if you think they had so much control over what they created and their products that they would portray Muslims in a negative light, especially if they are what the Quran says and Muslims say, they're these evil people and so on. But we see from the very beginning of their industry, where it's just now taking root, they're just now getting projectors out there, and it's just now becoming a thing to do. Even then, they're already portraying Islam as positive. So the movie opens up with a slave trade scene. Okay, negative. Now, again, it's also saying the negative, but plenty of positive. And so in the slave trade scene, what happens is the sheik exchanges glances with one of the slaves for sale. And so he comes out and says, no, you can't sell her. You can't sell her. He goes, when love is more desired than riches, it is the will of Allah. Let another be chosen. I'm here to save you. And of course, she runs to his embrace, and we have this romantic moment of this savior sheik who's going to add one to his harem to save the damsel in distress.
Yeah, I don't know where Allah said that, but
And, all right. So we go on from there to a scene where the sheik is going into the city, and they're having casino night. And so they've rented out the casino. They've got it closed to the public. And there's some objection to that to the rich white young lady from England. She's a British lady. And she's saying, and in a protest, she's also eventually talks to one of her suitors. She's simultaneously planning a trip to the desert, unattended. She's going with guides, with Muslim guides, and all by herself, only with Muslim guides. So one of her tutors, her suitors, or her suitor, a guy wants to marry her, is talking to her, and she's like, "Marriage is captivity. The end of independence. I am content with my life as it is." So I'm pointing that out, and I had illustrations of this earlier, but I also want to point out, again, this is related to my expanded research, not my academic research, but the stuff that I've been doing online. I've added ethics, Christian ethics on that. And one of the topics that I'm observing is emasculation, which in essence is the destruction of the home, the family, the family structure, the attack on patriarch. So we can see here, it's illustrated over and over again in this film, that the emasculation thing, this woman versus man thing, is not a 21st century innovation, but has been around not only since the Cultural Revolution of the mid-20th century, but since the beginning of Hollywood at least. All right, so the next scene, she's peeking into the casino that's been again rented out by the sheik and only open to Muslims. And as a woman, she's not allowed. But only the belly dancers are allowed in there. So they got that going on in there. And they also are gambling for the rights to the slave women. So they're gambling for women in there. And her response to what she just sees, what she witnesses is, "To the cultured English girl, this marriage fair suggests the slave mart of the barbarous past." Now, a Muslim might see that and say, "Barbarous, how dare they?" Because we heard so many Muslims argue once they get exposed, they deny, that's in the Quran and so on and so forth. The whole treatment of slavery, and you can have slaves and so on, rape culture. So eventually we'll see them say, "Okay, well, so what? Yeah, if it's in the Quran, I'm going to do it. If Allah so wills." Well, but here I'm pointing out, and I want to emphasize the word past. As a wordsmith myself, to some degree, I know for a fact that these words weren't accidentally put on there. And as a film production buff, I also know that this scene, was not just thrown up there. Okay, let's go with it. There was plenty of time picking with word selection and what they put in, what they took out, and so on. So their choice of the word past is significant in that now subliminally you're like, okay, well, slave trade doesn't exist since 1921 or before, or maybe sometime before that or after that. No, we know the reality of that. Now, the next scene, we're going back to emasculation. She sneaks her way. She dresses as one of the belly dancers, and she gets into the casino. And he unveils her. "I know you." He unveils her, and she pulls a gun on him. And so now he's at his mercy, the powerful sheik with all the money, who, by the way, there's some butt smooching going on early in the movie. When he enters the city, like everybody's like, "Oh, Your Holiness," and all that. So this powerful guy is now at her mercy. Again, another scene of emasculation. We move on. She was escorted out, and now in the middle of the night, he sneaks into her house while she's sleeping and does something. If you happen to decide to find this movie, watch it. Go for it. I'm not going to tell you what he does in that case, but he does something, and he goes out, and then he starts serenading her. And so she wakes up, she hears the serenading, and she comes out. And she's like, how romantic. Okay, and then we go on to the next day where she's now going on by herself as an independent woman with a Muslim guy. And so Sheikh Ahmed is not a savage. He is a rich tribal prince who was educated in Paris and Biskra. His slightest wish is law. The pale hands of golden hair of a white woman is what is desired. All right. Any questions?
No questions, but well, actually, two things. From a super chat from Khan Ascendo El Islam. Brothers in Christ, thank you for this information, and you're most welcome for that. And then we did have from Marion, she said that there is a documentary about Islam called Art of Imposture, or about Islamic terrorism specifically.
Art of Imposture. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to watch that, but I have heard from multiple people that it is very good and accurate.
Okay, I'm on it. Thank you very much. So yeah, long story short, if you believe that the pro-Islamic rhetoric, mass media rhetoric, was something new, something with the whole equity movement and so on, well, the evidence is overwhelming. Even with the Thief of Baghdad and so on, all these other things that we went over, these are earlier mid 20th century productions, late 20th century, all throughout the 20th century, which is when mass media created. I mean, keep in mind, Hollywood and mass media, radio and TV, all this stuff hasn't been around only a century. In world history, this is not even a drop in the bucket. But look at how much influence it's had, especially the cell phone in 1 decade.
Yeah, the world has definitely very much changed in the last 100 years.
So now we're going to censorship. Okay, so I've personally been censored time and again. And this might be a good time for that second, if you can, a poll.
Yep.
Are you able?
So we're looking at 21.
Oh, not the video. I'm
Religious
sorry.
crusades.
I'm sorry. A poll. Yeah, I kind of put you on the spot. I didn't pre-warn you.
Oh! I thought. Okay, yeah, I can put up the poll.
Yeah.
So there's going to be a new poll here in a second, everyone.
Basically asking.
Yeah, you just said second, so I thought you meant next video. Obviously, there's been more than two, but so it wouldn't really be the second, but that's just where my brain went.
All right.
So let me give you questions for that and post that.
Okay.
If you want to explain what that poll's about, why I post it.
Well, that's the one of the questions about the censorship poll.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
Yep.
Yeah. So basically, I'm kind of curious about what kind of experiences they've had with censorship. What degree have you had it happen to you at all? Have you had it up to you more than once? What type, kind of poll? I myself have had it. I fit in the all the above category, and habitually. And so you can say, well, that's my fault. I should be posting pictures of cats and flowers and nothing but. But that's quite unfair to me, I mean, is this still a free country? I mean, bottom line, is this still a free country? Oh. So, yeah, I've been banned by multiple platforms, censored, ghosted, shadow banned, you name it. I mean, it's insane. And it's been an uphill battle for me, especially as someone who's aspiring to be a content creator, especially given my struggles, but also this is my passion, as you can see. I've dedicated a large part of my life and was raised on it. I'm one of mass media's biggest victims, the reality is. I go on and on about, my experiences. I'm not going to bore you, but yeah, I mean, I'm all about media. I was one of his biggest fans. In fact, as an illustration, I was abroad studying theology and was calling myself an anarchist, not even realizing what that meant. It turns out that in Europe, they have this anarchist group, like Antifa, who, as I suspected, and when I started paying attention, when I had this rude awakening, when I started watching movies, older movies from my childhood, and realized that, these are movies that have formed who I am, how I think. Words, expressions that I'm saying are from this movie. And that was like, it had me breaking a sweat. It was a shock to my system, my sense of reality. That, my being who I am was based on fiction other people created. It's a horrible thought. It is what it is. But yeah, sorry, I lost my track of thought there. Yeah, it's just intense. This whole the influence of media and its control. And again, as an aspiring creator, it's been difficult to have to combat all this censorship just by hey, trying to share my opinion, if not anything else.
So
Yeah.
the poll can only have 4 options, so I reworked it a little bit. The options are going to be: I've been censored by individuals, I've been censored by platforms, I've had both happen, or I've never been censored that I know of.
Nice. Very nice. Thank you. Okay. So I want to throw this conspiracy out there. Is that okay, Thaddeus? You mind if I
Go
venture
right
it?
ahead.
Okay. I'm not going to venture into the why. Again, this is my personal opinion. And if you don't like it, you're allowed. That's what opinions are. But I remember, in when I was younger, I was influenced by Oprah Winfrey. I was somewhat raised on the Oprah Winfrey show. Might explain some things. I'm still single, by the way. But yeah, so I remember in the 90s, she was doing a series on Satanism. And I guess back then she didn't have her own church. Maybe there was a time in her life where she wasn't this person that we assume she is now. But during that series, she talked about uncreation. This was the Satanic churches out of California, the Satanic churches' agenda. And what that was they have the goal of breaking all the commandments and doing the exact opposite of what Scripture says, to undo creation in that way. And they call it uncreation. So this is what I call diabolically backward. This diabolically backward rhetoric and mindset and behavior. The mindset is manifested through behavior. Is something that we've been experiencing, especially these past few years, like it or not. We've been doing things that are the exact opposite for our good health, for the sake of well-being, for example. That makes no sense. So I'm saying all these things, I'm premising all these things, so to kind of put it all in perspective. Now I see it all in 2 lights. Okay, I'm completely against didactic, except for this one exception to the rule. And that is what I like to paraphrase as: you can get with this or you can get with that. And I'm paraphrasing Christ there. Okay, but it makes it, again, uber clear in Revelations, if not anywhere else, but other places too. If you don't bear your fruit, you'll be cut down and cast in the fire, and things of that nature. But just as vividly in Revelations, if you're lukewarm, I will spit you out of my mouth. You gotta choose. And if you don't choose, I hate to use this played out mass media analogy here, but so you can understand, if you don't choose, then you're like the Germans and the Poles and so on, who said nothing while the Nazis were doing their thing. you're just as guilty, right? But you're also, I know I'm preaching here, but you're also susceptible to these other things. And you folks, for the most part, know that. I'm not saying these things, one, to express it, in case someone in the future might watch this video and benefit from it. But also, we got to keep in mind, it's one thing to lie. It's another to do the exact opposite. And that's what we've been subjected to over and over again these days. The exact opposite. To me, that's uncreation. It's anti-Christian. And all these groups that support each other are all anti-Christian. It just so happens. Go figure. So to that end, why I went on that little tangent, but an important one. It's because of that triggering culture and how toxic the WWW environment is, the World Wide Web. Why are we on here being so malicious? And I'm going to say something here that's might be even a bit unpopular, but I feel like I need to say this too. A little confession, a little on the couch moment here. You know, I was someone who've recently been struggling with my own faith and spirituality, and I'm not going to get into the details of that, but I have been. And so, thankfully, thank God, I found people like, I'm sorry, Thaddeus. I found people like Thaddeus online. All right. So, who helped me anchor? I'm going to also drop Bob's name. What is it? Now his name escapes me. Something Bob. But Jim Bob. Now, anyway, I'm not completely promoting Jim Bob. I'm not going to say anything else about Jim Bob, but he's another character who helped me with that struggle. And so on. And so I'm so thankful for that. But yeah, I mean, anyway, I feel like I'm ranting here. I feel like I'm going off and preaching.
Yeah, you might be a bit.
I'm not, sorry. All right, let's move on. The long story short, please be aware of the things you take in, and especially your children who are much more susceptible than we are. All right, to that end, let's go to politics for a second. And this is significant with regards to censorship. What I was trying to find was my own example of censorship, as we saw before. Let me go back. Okay, so real quickly. All right, in the middle part, you see a YouTube video. I have a video, which you can find on other platforms. It's called How Hollywood Supported Islam. Okay, that's the title of the video. You can find it in BitChute and the others, Brightian and so on. But on YouTube, I only could do it in 15 minutes long because I'm not a paid subscriber. So I wasn't going to do that. I decided to break it in 15-minute segments. And YouTube slowly kind of put all these different kinds of filters on these videos one by one. But with the most pivotal one, video number 7, which had examples of, it starts with this priest talking about how his church was bombed, but yet the altar table and the contents on it, including a lamp, and this Orthodox lamp essentially is let's call it a glass container about yay big, about the size of your hand. And it has oil in it. And the oil has a wick. And so the oil is to keep this wick little light going. Okay. And it's based on this practice of the holy light in the Holy Land. So you're supposed to keep this light going year round, nonstop. So during this explosion, which shook the foundation, you can see in the video, the altar table, you can see all the debris and so on flying through, and the glass case right behind it was unaffected. Not even the light went out. Okay, not even the glass behind it was damaged. Completely untouched by the bombing. So this priest is saying, well, you know what? I consider it a blessing, from God that, as a sign that, even in the face of such evil or such, he didn't say evil, but I'm paraphrasing here, that, we are protected. God preserves us. So, and then I go on to start sharing clips of terrorism from Australia, from South America, and so on. But these are news clips, okay? And then again, news instances of terrorist activity in America. And then pose the question, if the Michigan militia is portrayed as a militant terrorist group by mass media, then why aren't Islamic terrorists being portrayed as a problem? So, and then I go on and share this video, one of the videos that we have that I'm going to share, or we're going to watch part of at least, about how this doctor's talking about the legalities of Islam, which we all know about, and Sharia law and so on. And also, he does a comparison, which we're going to watch, about how he compares basically the Christian wars and the Crusades, as they call it, compared to jihadi battles in the region of Europe, in the Middle East, and only that area. So that video, that's all it contains, all factual, was taken down, as you see, with the reasoning that I was supporting criminal organization activity, or I did not provide context. Now, you tell me, is that diabolically backward? Diabolically sinister? Backward? The rest...
Yeah, obviously
Sorry.
I haven't seen the specific clip, but we do seem to see that a lot, where if you post a clip depicting Islamic terrorism, it is taken down as being inappropriate. And while I agree it's inappropriate, that that's because it's the actions of the people in the video that we're trying to expose that are inappropriate, not us talking about it.
Right. And again, this was, news clips. So if it's inappropriate, it's a news clip. How is that inappropriate? This is a video of a guy speaking, factually, a doctor of Islamic studies. So, yeah, I could go on and on about this.
So Marcos says,
sorry.
mass media hates our Lord Yeshua, yet supports Islam and LGBTXYZ. You forgot the Q there.
Yeah, it's a good one.
And the plus sign. You got to put a plus sign too.
Oh, Lord. Yeah. And I'm glad you brought up the plus sign. People, I want you to pay attention that they've gone from the upside down cross to completely taken over. They've now hijacked our cross openly. I mean, before the association of evil and the cross was subliminal for decades and decades, but now they're being completely flagrant about it. All right. This is not a coincidence. This is not a coincidence. Yeah, and so as far as the clipping that was removed from YouTube, if you go to BitChute, find the video I'm telling you about. If you go to I think it's like the 43-minute marker, it's the 15-minute segment from there. It's like I said, the priest talking about the explosion and how it's a miracle that nothing was affected in the altar. Yeah, let's move on. Any questions?
Hope we're good.
Okay. Oh yeah, I was talking about shadow banning. Sorry. So, yeah, basically another thing that happened that I watched, and this is political, but it's about censorship. One of the champions of this anti-cancel culture, socialist media phenomena, is Laura Loomer. Okay, so I'm a semi-fan of hers. She was also vocal about the, COVID-19 shenanigans. So, yeah, basically, she had posted that, you know what, right now, Florida government, DeSantis government is going to have a hearing about the censorship by Facebook. And so I watched it live. And this is what I witnessed, folks. And I would share the video with you right now, but I spent a lot of time trying to find it. Can't find it. What a surprise. And I want to emphasize here that this is so political. It's so heralded, this war against cancel culture, if you're on the right or whatever you want to call it, that you would think they would be advertising at least clips of this video, since it's pro anti-censorship, or whatever, however you want to put it.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't find it. Instead, it's been removed, and it's like, good luck finding it. So what I watched live, I'm your witness now. You'll have to take my word for it. What I witnessed that day was that they spent some time going back and forth, politicking about whether or not Facebook should be allowed to censor Florida citizens. This is the state of Florida now. This is state legislation. And they basically had the arguments, and without getting to the arguments, finally voted by one vote that is illegal. That Facebook should be fined if they're going to cancel or restrict the free speech of the citizens of Florida. A constitutional thing. But right after they put that to the vote, they introduced this other legislation right behind it without floor discussion, zero floor discussion. And the proponents of cancel culture, the proponents of it, were like, well, what's this? And they're like, well, it's to protect Facebook's algorithms from being viewed in any law case. So basically, they're giving Facebook's algorithms absolute immunity from any legal issue, from any legal accountability. And so I don't know if it was politics or not. One of the guys that was very vocal actually voted against it. I don't know if he was politicking or not. But, of course, that passed through. You don't hear about that anywhere. So what happened there, folks, is that Florida, the champion, the DeSantis, the right guy that's going to save the world, his government gave Facebook, in a very political way, without floor discussion, absolute legal immunity. The algorithms are the reason they use as, well, we have no control, we can't do this, it's up to the computer. I'm sorry, can't help you. Coincidence? I don't know. Judge for yourself. So, on the back of that, leading up to that, and this cancel culture thing, this is my observations, what was happening geopolitically. All right? We had Hillary Rodham Clinton and Barack Hussein Obama during the Arab Spring repeatedly, publicly saying, social media is a problem, we've got to regulate it. They were repeatedly pushing for regulation during the Arab Spring. I'm not going to talk about politics of the Arab Spring and all that, but with regards to censorship, they were open about it repeatedly, both of them. So again, how does the twice indicted criminal of Facebook become more powerful after congressional hearings? So the thing I told you about, selling private information to companies. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Before that, he was brought to court for stealing the idea of Facebook. So, but somehow he's one of the most powerful people on this planet right now. And where's the DeSantis alleged regulation on the cancel culture? The thing I just talked about. All right. I mean, where is this protection that the Florida citizens were given? All right, moving on. Any questions?
Nope, I think that's pretty clear.
Okay, wrapping up. Thank you for your patience and for bearing with me, for giving me your ear. I originally had a different illustration here, but I thought it was a bit offensive, so I changed it. This is a comic book character called Cyborg, for obvious reasons. So In the movie, he's given this like divine power. So basically, he's created from this divine cube thing. So they've taken it even a step further. My other illustration I like to share it, I think it's kind of funny, but basically I've got the cyborg goat with his jaw broken and hanging, and that's what it has, saying, "I am the goat." So when I get confronted by people that are what Yuri, ex-KGB agent Yuri, called useful idiots, what I call mass media monies, when I get confronted by this visceral, attack, that's, there's no reasoning with them, no matter what you say. I have that picture in my mind of the cyborg zombie, just like, you know what, they're just completely far gone. They're beyond reproach. And this is true again with this illustration, B-bar illustration of just how, again, another thing, we've lost our patience, we've become egocentric, and so on and so forth. What about ADHD? I mean, we're all constantly bombarded with information. If we're not information, we get uneasy. We've got to have this constant stimulation. That's a problem too.
Yeah, it has been scientifically proven that the way human brains are wired is changing. That basically we have two kinds of ways of thinking. There's the very quick response, very fast type of memory fibers, and then there's ones that are oriented towards deep thinking, really analyzing the situation. And it's scientifically proven that with all of the stimulus, all of the screen time, that the brains are being transformed into having predominantly this very fast reaction, which is great if you want to react fast, but they don't allow you to think deeply about stuff. And this illustration is perfect here, that this kid has to get what's called boring stuff, things that you actually have to think about. And you have all of these instant entertainment things in the background there. And he's incapable of actually thinking anymore because his mind is all on these instant reaction things.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I've got to reinforce what we talked about earlier. You should know them by your fruits. I know that's one of your favorite expressions. So yeah, I mean, again, the road to hell is paved with good intentions, regardless of the why. We know when, we know who, and we know the most important thing, arguably, and this is by Christ standards, the fruits, the outcomes. That's evident. It's all evident. We can argue about the why all day long. At some point, I mean, it's irrelevant, the why. So I'm asking again, how has media influenced you and your lives and who you are and how you think and how you interact with those around you and how they interact with you? Right? Does mainstream media influence the masses? Has Hollywood been promoting Islamic values? And why does socialist media censor Christians? But there's good news, as we know. As Christians, we know this, because Jesus Christ is already victorious. Jesus Christos Nika. He already won his battle on the cross. All right, now it's up to us to keep the fight going. Another expression I'm trying to coin. Good luck with that. Hindsight is 2019. All right, partially blind. So, yeah, I mean, just keep your noose at all times. The best way to combat this is to unplug. I know I'm a aspiring media content creator, hoping to make some money, make some coin off of this. Boy, do I need to do that. But at the same time, I'll live. If you can break away from media and its influences, God bless you. God bless you. I highly recommend.
There's definitely a certain sense of irony here of making a YouTube show about media, but
Right.
media is very influential, and it can be used to influence for good. It can be used to influence for God's kingdom, or it can be used to influence for bad. So I don't want to say that media is bad per se, but rather we need to be aware of what's going on. We need to be aware of how it's influencing us, how it's changing our thoughts, how it's changing the way we think, because it's very subtle. You know, it's easy to see something that's obviously propaganda and rejected. Much more difficult to see the subtle influence and how it slowly changes the way you think about the world over time.
Yeah, well said. Yeah, we have this concept of nous. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the concept nous, Thaddeus, or your audience is, but basically, let's call it the mind's eye, for lack of better expression. It's your relationship with this synergy with the spiritual world. And, Greeks will say, keep your nous, So keep your nous at all times is what my advice. Another way to put it is to pray unceasingly, to actively pray unceasingly, which is the way to keep that going. And this is the way to do it. Take out, to use a Tai Chi reference here, take out with the bad, in with the good, right? That's how you're going to win the spiritual war. Because at the end of the day, the brain is an organ. The eyes are only organs that are attached to the brain. And the brain manipulates, controls our thoughts and our will. And so these things are manifested through our behavior, right? And Christ, again, illustrates that in many ways. Again, with the case of adultery. Forgive me for preaching, but to emphasize this point, even in adultery, it says if you thought it, you've already done it. It's the reason he says that. All right, I guess I'm done with one presentation. Do we have any more questions or any follow-ups, or if you have time, if you still have energy, and if anybody's still around, I'm open to questions and discussions if you'd like.
Yeah, if anyone has on-topic questions, you can put those in the chat now. You can also come up and join us at theology.chat. We won't go too much longer. We've been going 3.5 hours. And
Whoa.
It is
I'm
weeknight.
so sorry.
Hey, no worries. And it is a weeknight, so I have to work tomorrow. So we won't go too much longer, but I do want to give people that opportunity if they want to come up and chat or ask questions in the YouTube chat at this point. Looks like our poll on censorship, looks like about 78% of people have been censored in one form or another by social media.
Very, very cool. Excuse me. That not very cool that they're affected by it, but very cool that they are self-aware. That's very good. That's great. That is so great. The hardest thing to do is to be honest with yourself. Big step.
And just to update on the earlier poll, the final results were 71% of the audience said Islam is portrayed positively by mainstream media, 17% negative, and 11% not sure.
Excellent.
So I do have one or two questions that I saved from earlier. So Boris asks, do you think rock and roll is of Satan?
Absolutely. I'm a fan of rock and roll. I used to, just to give you, I'm going to call it in a previous life. I think Atun was recently saying that. In a previous life, this. So, yeah, in a previous life, I was, again, living a secular lifestyle, all into Magic the Gathering. And, I even created my own board game called Ragnarok. It was started on a script, Thor versus, and Ragnarok, which they made a movie recently. Missed that boat. But anyway, again, into the martial arts and Tai Chi and so on. And so during this hippy-dippy meditative time in my life, I used to have a drink, margarita or two or so. And I listened to rock and roll, complete what I used to openly realized was trancing out, which in retrospect, that was quite demonic.
So I would answer that I don't think that there's this particular style of music that is from Satan. However, when you look at just about any form of popular music, you like actually pay attention to the content, you'll see that the vast majority of songs are about sex. That is what is promoted in all these. Even when they're nominally love songs, they're really about sex underneath the surface, which is clearly inappropriate. And again, you don't realize that you're being influenced. You don't realize that you are having your thoughts changed by listening to these things. I used to listen to a lot of secular music, and I used to think that it was no big deal. I came to realize through the work of the Holy Spirit that it was garbage. I mean, musically speaking, it was good, right? It was enjoyable. It was good to listen to it, musically speaking. But as far as the content, it was pure garbage. And why am I feeding my mind with garbage? Why am I feeding my mind with constant re-emphasis on how you should be pursuing sex? You should be after this all the time. This is what you should be thinking about. And so I said, enough's enough. I can't stand listening to this anymore because the content is bothering me too much. So I stopped listening to secular music entirely.
Yeah, it's sorry. When since I'm confessing these things to whoever might be listening in the future. Yeah, so when I was in that, doing what I saw in media, drinking, because drinking is just fun and all that. Yeah, I mean, I basically would take it to an extreme. I would even actually there were times where I would pass out and think that was funny. Like I thought that was a normal part of drinking. I had no idea even the danger I was in. And why did I think that? Because that's how movies were portraying it. Oh, the guy passed out. Isn't that funny? So not only years later after I sobered up and saw these programs I saw on about alcoholism and saw that, I could have died. It's like, wow, what was I doing? No idea.
Another question here. Why do media live in fear of reporting the truth on Islam? From Mel. Mel did provide an answer, but want to get your thoughts before giving their thoughts.
I don't know how to answer that, to be honest with you. That's kind of is that trolling or? I don't get it. Maybe I misunderstood the question.
Yeah, he's asking why the media are afraid to talk about the truth of Islam, why they're portraying it in this positive light,
okay, I see what you're saying.
why they're trying to make it seem peaceful and friendly and so forth. Okay,
so now we're getting into the question of why, for the record. And so in response to the question of why, in my opinion, again, a lot of people argue, follow the money trail. I'm going to say there's two arguments in that. I'm going to give you first the common argument, money. And it is a fact that money does influence media, right? We know that for a fact. I mean, it drives what's on or what isn't on. Now, if you keep that in mind and you keep the NPR undercover investigation on by Project Veritas, then it certainly begs the question of whether or not Islamic money is influencing those portrayals. And that's my secular or common response. Follow the money trail. But as I was saying before, to me, it's night and day, literally. Let me give you another example about this night and day didactic thing. And this one time, it's okay to be didactic. I lived in a tourist town on and off. And this tourist town, for a while, I drove a cab. I remember one evening, I took a bunch of grown men, business guys, out partying all these crazy places all night long. And their behavior was, I'm not even going to tell you what was going on. So, and in the morning, at the end of my shift at 6, 7 a.m. in the morning, I went to go get breakfast. And who do I see? The same gentleman. And they're now, after, I don't know, maybe a couple of hours of sleep now, they're all quiet and sober and drinking their coffee, and they're all business-like and professional. I'm like, what in the world? So literally, with the rising of the sun, not only did the culture of that community change, because all these, nightclubs and strip clubs and brothels and so on were open, and those were only things that were open for business, catering to that kind of thing. Now all those things closed down, and all the family-oriented and business-oriented things opened up, and these same people that were cutting a fool the night before are now completely different, all with the rising and falling of the sun. So I don't know. And again, that's biblical, but maybe elementary to some folks. But yeah, there you have it. I'm going to say that to keep it simple, to answer that question, to me, you're either Christian or you're anti-Christian. And I know there's people out there flipping their mind right now. How dare you? That's not an open mind. I'm sorry, people. You got to choose. It's not coming from me.
Yeah, so Mel had put Charlie Hebdo at the end of their comment. I certainly don't think that particular incident is a major factor, because this has always been the case. Now, is fear in general a factor? Maybe. But I think that what Nick was talking about is much more powerful, much more so than being afraid of Muslims making a terrorist attack or whatever. They want to promote this one world religion. Can't we all just get along? And if Islam happens to be, funneling some dollars their way, all the better.
And ironically, Thaddeus, on the back of what you just said, isn't it ironic how that gangster movie line that's influenced so many cultures worldwide for so many generations actually applies now? Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer, or the enemy is my friend kind of mindset. I mean, that's the mentality they all have, these anti-Christians. They're all buddy-buddy, but in this process, they're all kind of devouring each other too.
So this will be the last question, unless something comes in here from Ghussa. My apologies if I don't pronounce your name right. It's not my language, so my apologies. Is a Muslim, and he asks why. My question is, okay. He said my question is, but that's not a question. So let me just read it. Everybody has a right to market themselves. Now the actual question. So why are you targeting Islam, or why am I targeting Islam? So I'll let you answer that first, and then I'll answer it as well.
So I would like to ask that person, are they an apologist for terrorism? Do they like terrorism? Do they like to promote terrorism? Type in the chat box, yes or no. It's a yes or no. It's a closed question. Do you support terrorism? I'll give you a minute. Okay, everyone. I'll spare everyone of waiting that minute. All right. So if you don't support terrorism, then you should have no problem with people who are against terrorism. It's quite that simple. But if you're for terrorism, then you're probably going to ask a question like what you just did.
Yeah, and that's actually very appropriate, because earlier in the chat said, why are you pointing out bad things done by Muslims? And he did just now say, yes, I apologize for terrorism. Well,
Good.
why are
Good for
you complaining about
See,
people
that's
pointing
the
out
kind of
crimes?
sorry.
Yeah. Why do you have a problem with people pointing out Muslim crimes? Because I guarantee you, crimes of other people who aren't Muslims are also on the media reports. And I don't hear you complaining. Why did the media cover that guy who went and shot up a school? Why did the media cover that guy who ran over a police officer with his cop? You don't complain about those things. You only complain when they cover terrorist attacks. So I think you need to be more consistent and not complain about us talking about these things. These are important things that need to be pointed out. I would 100% point out a terrorist attack done in the name of Christianity. It generally doesn't happen, But if it did happen, I would 100% point it out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now,
believe it.
did you want to say anything else on that?
No, I think that's well said. I'm going to just leave it at that. um, yeah, if I may, I forgot to take care of house matters, like promote my own products and projects. Can I take this opportunity to do that?
Yeah, well, let me answer this question for
Mhm.
myself first, and then you can do that to close this out. So, more broadly speaking, why is my channel focused on Islam? And that is because I am called to this particular area of ministry. Most Christian channels, 99% of Christian channels, are not focused on Islam. My particular calling that I believe comes from God is to reach out to Muslims. And why do I talk about Islam? Or it's the same reason why I would talk about any false belief. It's the same reason I would talk about atheism or talk about Hinduism or whatever. And that's because it is false. It is leading people away from God and ultimately puts their eternal destiny in danger. There are 1.8 billion Muslims in the world, more Muslims than any other religion besides Christianity. So I think it's a good area to focus on. No one person can talk about everything. As Christians, we believe that we are all members of one body, called to different roles. My role happens to be to talk about Islam. Some other Christians' role is to talk about atheism. Great. I can't know everything about everything, so I focus on one thing, which happens to be Muslims, or it happens to be Islam, and that's because I care about Muslims. I want Muslims to come to Christ. I want Muslims to step away from their false ideology that is leading them to hell. So it's not because I hate you or because I hate Muslims or because I have a problem with Islam per se. Rather, it's because I love you and I know Christianity is the truth. And my particular area of bringing people to Christ is to talk to Muslims. So, Ghussa, if you take up my offer and email me and set up a time to have a nice conversation, I promise I will be very polite, very respectful. You can review my previous chats with other Muslims, and you can see that I'm always very nice. Now, I'm going to say things that are true. I'm going to point out things that will be uncomfortable to you. But I will be as kind as one can be while being true. It's more important to be true than to be kind. So I will be polite, nice, kind, but more so than that, I will be loving, which means pointing out the truth that Islam is a false religion.
Yeah. And I mean, that's so well said. And let me just reinforce that and what I was going to say earlier too. And again, forgive me for puffing you up, that is, but yeah, I mean, you do provide a refuge from all the other toxicity online, and that includes, look, if even with these channels, like after a while, so let me just premise this. I started somehow watching Christian Prince, okay, and so it was great at first. But after a while, it was just a lot of visceral stuff, and it was just too much for me. And I've got plenty of Arab friends, so I get the culture. I get, as Greeks say themselves, we're not yelling, we just talk loud. So maybe for Muslims, it's like we're Arabs, I should say. We're not shouting, we're just yelling or something to that effect. I don't know. I mean, it's a grade up more than what I'm used to. So, and after a while, that takes its toll on you. Like, I understand. I mean, Christian Prince is great. We all love him. I'm not trying to say, anything negative about him or as bad as it does that. In fact, since I'm talking about that, for people like Christian Prince, since he is Arab, and that is the way they communicate, trust me, that is the way they communicate. I think it's important that he uses genuine communication in the way that they're used to. In education, we call that peer learning. So I'm all for that and I promote it. But as someone who's not used to that, it gets to be too much. So coming to your channel and witnessing your patience, your love, Avery's, maybe a couple others, give or take. The Somalis, they just got onto my radar, and they're very happy-go-lucky. So that's kind of fun to watch once in a blue moon. So yeah, I mean, it's been a blessing. And also, in that note, I greatly appreciate the Muslim who gave the challenge, but then recognized his blunder and repented. I don't think there's much more we can ask from anyone, and greatly appreciate it, especially as a Christian. That's what it's all about for us. And I'm going to say that that's the reason I don't do what Thaddeus does. And I see.
Yeah, it's funny, after my streams, I usually get a mixture. I get people like praising and saying, it's amazing how patient you are. And then I get other people being critical and saying, you need to be less patient. You got to stop letting these people spread their lies and so on and so forth.
Left hand, right hand. We're all a clogging, different kind of clogging in the machine. So keep doing
Yeah,
that.
exactly. Like I said earlier, all members of one body, different roles to play. Christian Prince has a role to play. I have a role to play, and they're not the same role. So
Yeah.
we're better off for it, I think.
Yeah, and so I just wanted to apologize for my tone and even during my presentation, I couldn't see myself. Like literally when I was giving the presentation, all I could see was my slides. So I had no idea how I was coming off because I couldn't see it. Just so you'll know, this is my formal apology to those that are offended. And this is not a political one. This is a genuine, sincere one as a Christian. I feel bad for being ugly. That's not my intent. It's actually the dark part of me coming out. And I'm not excusing it. I want people to understand that I've been through a lot in my life, including at the hand or in the presence of Muslims. And so I was volunteering at the borders in Greece while I was studying there. And the things I witnessed there, I went there so I can, as an American, as all the conditioning that I got about Islam, right? All this negative things. So I thought I went over there to soften my stance up in my mind. But what I witnessed did the exact opposite. I was like, man, these people are rough. They're not what I'm used to. And so I came to these channels coincidentally, and I started learning even more about Islam. And some of that was visceral. And so that also plays into this hardening of heart towards Islam. And I'm saying that because out of the hundreds by now, Muslims that I heard that are like, oh, yeah, that's your problem. Yeah, we're all about warring and slavery. And that's your problem. You stupid Christian. You're the evil one. There's those. But once in a blue moon, you'll get the gentleman who apologized. There was a guy in Jim Bob who recently said, well, I don't know. I don't know how to answer your question. Rarely you'll get someone admitting, okay, well, I don't know. He was genuinely there to listen and exchange. So when we get that, it's a blessing. And I highly encourage any Muslim who might be listening now to be more like those people and to please forgive us if we're being triggered by this stuff. You got to understand that we've been through a lot. We get subjected a lot. You go to communities in Greece where the small communities out in the middle of nowhere, and they're being overrun by Muslims that are torturing, beating up on older people just because they can, pushing around women and so on. A nation that was historically in an economic crisis, during the economic crisis of their own, took in their historical enemy and was literally giving the shirt off their back to these people, medical, hospitals, so on and so forth. On and on and on and on. 4-star accommodations, or they're facing starvation. And as a thank you, by some Muslims, not all, by some, they were getting treated in this way. Fires and so on and so forth. They're going or not. So please keep in mind, the reality is that some people are responding to those evils. We don't want to be hardened. We don't want to be hateful. We want to have a loving, peaceful relationship with everyone, including Muslims. So,
Absolutely.
yeah, just bear that in mind. Keep an open heart. Not just an open mind, but keep an open heart. Sorry, Thaddeus. Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
do.
So did you want to tell the audience some about the stuff that you're doing and how they can support you?
Oh yeah, thank you. Yes, please. So I'm writing a children's book. I've been working on this thing forever. Actually, I have one that's been completed for years, and that's been waiting on professional editing. I can't do it myself. I'm not getting into the reasons why. I've tried over and over again, but I can't do it. So, and you're not supposed to do it yourself anyway. So in this other children's book, so one's a novella, about 100 pages long. That's the one I really want out there, but they're both really good. The other one's the abbreviated version, picture rhyming book, also powerful in its own right. I was hoping to get that out there to get street credit, but I just can't get the illustrations down to my satisfaction. I've tried 3 different styles now, and I'm back to the drawing boards and trying something else. And also a comic book series. This was Forewarning, January 6th. I was forewarning about that and other things, I was even forewarning about that, all these things that never got out there. Yeah, I'm at a point where I'm personally in need. You probably tell my background, I'm personally in need. But I've been through so much in my life, people. That little slide is just, I feel like I've had so many experiences, so much insight that's gone to absolute waste. Sorry. So what kills me is that, I've had all these blessings, but I'm not producing fruit. That's the one thing that kills me in life. That's the only regret I have. So forgive me for this. So I'm reaching out. I'm not asking for a handout. What I'm asking for is for support for these works. So at least the knowledge and experiences that I've had can be produced into something productive that others can benefit from. So I failed to give you the links for these uploads. They're GoFundMe. GoFundMe's, I don't know how I could share these to you, but basically I'm doing 3 different fundraisers for 3 different projects that I just mentioned. Maybe I should have done this years ago, earlier, but pride before the fall. I'll let my pride get in the way. But better late than never. I'm still fighting, and I encourage everyone else to do the same. Blessed are those who endure till the end. So how am I going to get these links to you, Thaddeus, so you can share that with others?
Yeah. If you email me those, I'll get them added to the video description. I'll put them in a pinned comment as well. And you're getting a lot of support from the chat right now. People saying, amen, take your time, you're good, that kind of thing.
Thank you. And I appreciate your
I see that Ghussa has joined the chat. Welcome. Can you hear me?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. So we've been streaming for 4 hours, so we're going to log off here in a little bit. But I would love to chat with you another time, and I'll take a couple comments from you now.
Okay. Basically the evil or crime or bad stuff, that's in all societies. That's historically, you can look at history, that's in every religion. Religion doesn't teach us it, but the followers of the religion, there is always, in them, there's always crime, there's always bad stuff, as we call. So you can't just blame Islam for it. And
I don't.
Right. And what media is doing and what it's not doing, everybody has the right to market themselves, but if somebody is marketing, false or lies or abusing or violence, of course we should all be against them. Not like Muslims are against Christians or Christians are against Muslims. the crime should be stopped by all the decent people who belong to any religion. You know, we should not target.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let me ask you something.
I completely agree with that, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah. I agree with what you said there. But let me ask you something. You said that people shouldn't say things that are false, but according to Islam, Christianity is false, and according to Christianity, Islam's false. So how can we have discussions with one another without saying that what you believe is false? Because I don't expect a Muslim to come up here and not tell me my religion's false. That's the whole point of having a discussion, so that we can see where we disagree and we can work towards the truth respectfully, a nice conversation, not calling each other names or whatnot. But still, if I believe that things that you believe are false, I need to say that. And likewise, if you think things I believe are false, then you need to say that to me as well.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, we don't think that Christianity is false. We think that things change with time, and
Well, okay, so if they changed, right? If they changed, then my beliefs now are false. I can't be a Christian in the first century. I can only be a Christian in the 21st century.
right. What
So my beliefs now are changed according to your beliefs, and thus are false.
Right, and that can happen with Islam too. That can happen with Islam too. That people believe in things which are not actually the true belief. So what we need to do is find what's the, like, for any concept that we are discussing, we can discuss what is the right solution for it, and see what Islam is telling us and what Christianity is telling us, and we can do a comparison, right, and see which is giving us the best understanding.
So what you're advocating for is kind of you pick your own religion, which is not something that either Jesus or Muhammad would have taught. It's kind of an all or nothing. You either follow Jesus's teachings or you don't. You either follow Muhammad's teachings or you don't. If you're picking and choosing which teachings you want to follow, you're not really being a Muslim. You're not really submitting. You're picking and choosing. Now, you can do that. It's logically possible. But it's not really being a Muslim, nor would it be being a Christian to just kind of pick and choose and say, I like that teaching of Hinduism, and I like that teaching of Buddhism, and I like that teaching of Islam.
Right. No, what I'm saying is that we should do comparison. I tell about Islam, you tell about Christianity, and we do comparison. We may find a lot of commonalities. We may find a lot of commonalities because they are eventually coming from the same source as we believe. So we can discuss the constructive part. That's called constructive discussion. That you tell from Christianity perspective the solution on a topic, right? And I discuss on it from an Islamic point of view, the solution on that topic, right? And then we do the comparative analysis in a constructive way. We may very well,
we can do that.
And the right person, or the person who's the best person, I think, neither Christian nor Muslim, but who if he sees the truth, he says, yeah, your point is correct, I am wrong here. There are very few people like that who accept that your logic seems right and I was wrong here, and that's the best person. Whoever.
Yeah, you're right. I agree with that completely. That Muslims and Christians alike, and let's just say people in general, they don't even have to be Muslim or Christian. They could be atheist or Hindu or whatever. People in general, they want to prove themselves right. They don't want to listen to what other people have to say. So I can agree with what you said 100%, that it's the rare person that is willing to say I'm wrong, but it's also the best person who's willing to say I'm wrong.
Right. But very few. I seldom see them. Even I am not that kind of a person. That's a very very just person and a very brave person. But yeah. But what I think that if there is a God, he ought to be sending people or prophets for the for for the purification of humanity. Because as time passes by, there's always things deteriorate with time. It always happens.
Mhm.
That has been the God's process from the beginning. He had been sending prophets to various places to bring the right teachings, and with time things deteriorate, and then God sent prophet again. I think that process should continue. That's um,
So
yes.
yeah, so I'm glad that you said that, because this is exactly the story of Christianity. This is not the story of traditional Islam. It might be what you believe, but it's not the story in traditional Islam. Um, in Christianity, the entirety of the biblical text that leads up to Jesus is about God sending prophet after prophet, uh, leader after leader, sign after sign, to show the people that they will always go astray again. They will all doing it man's way doesn't work. Purifying humanity by sending teachings, rules to follow, killing those who are disobedient, punishing people, sending them to exile, so on and so forth. None of these things work. This is the story of the Old Testament. This is the story of the Hebrew Scriptures. And it's all leading towards one thing. And that thing it's leading towards is when God says, see, I've proven it. You can never be good on your own. You can never follow my law like you should. You can never be the people you were created to be. You will always continue to fall away from me. You will always go astray. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take all of the responsibility for your misdeeds on myself. I'm going to say, I chose to create you. Therefore, it's up to me to provide a solution for your sin problem. You agree that humans have a sin problem? You use different words, but that's basically what you just said, that humans will always rebel against God. They'll always do things that are wrong, and they're always in need of correction. The Christian message is that God becomes incarnate. He becomes a human being. He becomes one of us. And he says, all of those misdeeds, I'm going to take responsibility because I knew you would commit them and I chose to create you anyway. So I'm going to take your misdeeds, assign them to myself, and then I'm going to destroy them once and for all. I'm going to destroy them on the cross when my earthly body ceases to be. And that, the end of bodily life, he dies. But I'm describing dies on purpose because people will get the wrong impression and think, cease to exist, which is a definition of die, but it's not the definition in view here. End of bodily life, right? So all of the sins are nailed to the cross and they're destroyed once and for all. But that's not the end of the story, right? So after 3 days, or on the third day, I should say, Jesus rises from the dead. He proves that he is God and is victorious over sin. All of the sins led to the destruction of his body. But because he's God, he is more powerful than the sin. He's more powerful than the forces of evil. And he rises again. And when he does that, he gives us the opportunity to participate in the eternal life with him, to also rise from the dead when we die. So he takes our sins, destroys them on the cross, and then he imputes his righteousness on us when he rises from the dead. So that when God looks at us, he doesn't see our sin. He doesn't see how we fall short of his glory and are worthy of destruction, but instead sees his own image, what he created us to be: obedient, beautiful, loving creatures in his own image. And he sees that the sin no longer exists, it's destroyed, and thus we're worthy of being in God's presence. The only responsibility we have is to choose. We can choose to be in relationship with God, which means that we accept his sacrifice on the cross, and by consequence, we are reborn as new creatures and thus are given the ability to conquer sin. Do Christians sin? Absolutely. But Christians have the ability to die to ourselves, put ourselves aside, and be a better person by taking away the guilt, by taking away the need to make ourselves better, as if we actually could make ourselves better. We actually get the ability to be better. We get the ability to work good deeds in line with God's work that he has first done in us. So our responsibility is to accept the forgiveness, see ourselves in the new light, be born again, and do God's will for the rest of our lives.
And based on Christianity, are will there be more prophets after Jesus?
No, because Jesus is the completion of the message. Everything pointed towards him. The Old Testament is the story of pointing to what will happen in the New Testament, where everything I just described takes place. And he's the all-availing sacrifice. He takes away the sins past, present, and future. So there's no need for another prophet. Now, though, there will be, religious leaders, there'll be teachers, guides, that kind of thing. But there's no need for another prophet because Jesus is the perfection of the prophets. He's what no mere human being could ever be.
So, was there any prediction or prophecy in Old Testament or New Testament about coming of a prophet in later days?
No. So the Old Testament is filled with prophecies. It's filled with explicit prophecies and what we call typologies, but they all point towards Jesus. There are some prophecies about specific events, but as far as a figure, as far as a person, it all points towards Jesus. And there is no prophecy about a coming additional prophet after Jesus. This is not something that the church has ever looked for, whereas the Jewish faith has always looked forward towards the coming of the Messiah, towards what Christians say is Jesus. Contemporary Jews still look forward to the coming of the Messiah. They don't think that it's happened, but they're still only looking for one figure to fill all the prophecies. Christians say that one figure is Jesus, and have never looked for another prophet.
Okay, yeah, that's my main thing. I mean, and what you call a prophet? Just to make
Yeah.
sure that we
So
are on the same page.
yeah. So a prophet is someone, strictly speaking, is someone who speaks on behalf of God.
So,
That's all a prophet does.
he's appointed by God.
Yeah, of course. A human being can't speak for God without God
Right.
first giving them the words to say. So, it's someone who's giving God's words and then says them.
So my only thinking is that in the later days, after Jesus, um, why don't we need a prophet anymore? And you are saying that there will be religious leaders, right?
Yeah,
But
right. But
religious leader are not as powerful as prophet. Having a prophet is a blessing. Why God will not give us that blessing anymore?
yeah, so you didn't really understand what I said. All the prophets point towards Jesus. If there any future person that is rightly in line with the biblical teaching can only point back towards Jesus. So there's no need for there to be a divinely appointed prophet. The message is already complete. Everything that humans need to know for salvation has been revealed. All someone can do is point back to the work that Jesus has already done. Now, if you want to call that person a prophet, and feel free to do so. But any person who claims that they are bringing a new message, any person that is claiming that they have special revelation, which means words directly from God, is a false prophet, because Jesus completes the message. It's what everything in the Old Testament points forward towards. So there's nothing to come later. The story is complete at that point.
Okay, I have two questions in this regard. I don't know how much time you have, but um, the
For
one
you,
thing,
I got some time.
okay, oh, thanks. So one thing is that my first question is every do the all the prophets have to have a book or have to have uh, when you call a message you mean book, right? Do all the prophets need to have a book, or can there be prophets without a book? That's my first question. And
Mhm.
my second question is that um, did Bible or the Old Testament, or sorry, New Testament said that this is the final book or final religion?
Mhm.
So these are my
Yes.
two questions.
So I will answer both those questions. So the idea that a prophet brings a book is a very Islamic way of thinking. That's definitely not the Christian way of thinking at all. Uh, the what a prophet does is they speak the words of God. Whether those words are written down in a book by their followers or by that person is totally irrelevant. There are figures described as prophets in the Bible who don't have any books written about them. There are books in the Bible that don't bear the name of a particular prophet. For example, the Psalms, which Muslims also believe are inspired. You call them the Zabur. They they're songs, right? That's what psalm means. It means songs. They're songs that were originally sang in congregational settings, were sang in service. By and large, not all of them, but by and large, that's was their purpose was. And later on, people realized that these had been inspired by God uh, through the process of what we call canonization, deciding what are the inspired texts. So a prophet doesn't necessarily write anything, nor does something being inspired by God mean that that author is a prophet. Rather, what a prophet does is they deliver a message directly from God for a specific people at a specific time. And then we, living now, at the benefit of looking back at the entire story, we can see how the entire story was pointing towards Jesus. And to answer your second question, yes, absolutely. In the book of Revelation, it says anyone that writes additional words or subtracts from these words is damned for all of eternity, because this is the final revelation of God.
Okay, so it says it's a final revelation of God. It says in the book.
Uh, yeah, I mean, not word for word, but
Okay,
I'm paraphrasing, off the top of my head. But yeah, it gives that idea.
okay, okay. So I think what your my understanding of why we need a prophet is different from your understanding of why we need a prophet. You think that to prevent humanity from crime, and crime cannot or the humans cannot stop doing crime or doing bad stuff. That's why, since Jesus was died himself for the humanity, he took that sin onto him, right? Once he took the sin onto him, then we don't need prophet anymore, because the humans are not going to be that good, and their sin is already Jesus has died for it, right? So that's why we don't need a prophet. That's what I understood. My understanding of prophethood is this, that everybody is looking for a god, right? And religion is basically telling us about God, the right. And this has been a process from God, that God sends a prophet and brings people back to God. He communicates with God, and then he communicates with people, and then people understand God through him, right? Now that understanding always loses with time, and that's why I feel like that prophethood should continue. If there is a God, he should be continuing that blessing. That's my understanding. You know, so, so I think
Right.
that we are they're having a different.
Yeah. So what you describe as a prophet, I mean, I could certainly agree that there are figures that would, point people to God, help people discover God. Um, but I wouldn't call them prophets. So, we'd be kind of at a difference of terminology of what we would call them. I certainly think that that people are called by God to carry on his message, to speak the truth, to call people to the truth. Heck, I think that I'm called by God, and he has called me to this ministry and wants me here doing this. But I wouldn't call myself a prophet, right? And being called by God to teach his word is different than the role of the prophet as we understand it. So, you want to use a different term for, what you're talking about, that's fine. And it looks like Nick wants to say something.
No, actually, I have a question. I don't know that much about Islam. I've learned a lot this past few months, or however long it's been. So I have a question about the Islamic perception of prophet, in the sense that what you're saying now. And I'm wondering, are imams considered to be prophets or not?
No.
Okay. So, all right. Yeah.
They
So
were considered, they were like considered that they have as much knowledge or as pious as, or maybe more than some of the prophets of previous times, but they were not prophet to act, in the definition of prophethood.
So, according to Right. So according to Orthodox Islam, Muhammad is the last prophet. There'll never be another after him.
Right.
So are you saying that you deny that teaching?
Yes, that does not exist in Quran. That teaching does not exist in Quran. And to be honest with you, a lot of all these Muslims are waiting for a prophet. They say that Prophet Muhammad is sallallahu alaihi wasallam is the last prophet, but then they say that Jesus will come, who's a prophet
Yes, they
according to
do.
them. So it's a conflict. And basically, what I'm saying is, with time, religion deteriorates. That happens with every religion. So the prophet, it never says in Quran that prophethood has stopped. So prophethood is continuing. That's what I believe in. And
Yeah. Yeah. So, which I'm perfectly fine with, meeting you where you're at. I just want to be clear that most Muslims would consider that highly heretical, and they would say that you're not a Muslim at all. I'm personally fine with meeting you where you're at. I don't care if you call yourself a Muslim or not, because ultimately everyone needs Jesus. Everyone needs the gospel message, wherever they're at.
right. And that's a problem that happens with, I mean, I would say you may not agree with that, but that happens with every religion. Whenever the prophet came, the people of that time always denied him and did all the torture and banned him from propagation. So that happened with every prophet at the advent of every prophet. Um, so one difference, you were mentioning that there will be people who talk with God and who are religious people, but they are not necessarily prophets. What I'm saying is, prophet is more powerful, that he would have much more communication with God than a normal person, right? Why we would lose that blessing in later times, which will give us much more understanding of God. I understand that we may have religious people who can talk with God and all that, but they will not be as powerful as prophets. You know,
Right. Well, I would just, to avoid this terminology hang up here, I would just say that Jesus is far more than a prophet. There will never be anyone else like Jesus because he is God incarnate. If you want to say that there are people who have a special relationship with God that allows them, greater access, or maybe not greater, because all the truth we need for salvation isn't found in the Bible, but let's say clearer access, or they're better teachers because of their special access to God, and you want to call them prophets. I mean, there are Christian denominations who call their ministers prophets. I don't particularly like using that term, but it's kind of irrelevant if you want to claim that some people are specially inspired to remind people of the previous message, I could go along with that, because the
Yeah,
message
that's
is
what
all
I'm saying. Yeah,
about
that's what
Jesus.
I'm saying.
It's about Jesus before Jesus comes, and it's about Jesus after Jesus comes. So as long as it points to Jesus, if you want to call this later person inspired by God a prophet, go for it.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. And do you also agree that the people, for example, in Hinduism, also prophets came?
Yeah, definitely not. So there is no any prophet that is real is going to be pointing towards Jesus. So whatever someone came in Hinduism and they thought they were speaking a message on behalf of a god, you can use the term prophet broadly speaking in that regard. That you can say a prophet is anyone who speaks for any god, and the Bible does call false gods, right? So they and in particular their power is attributed to them being demons. So when someone worships a false god, what they're actually doing is they're worshiping a demon. That the demon has power. They can do more than a human being can. So they seem like a god to a certain extent. And this is what we believe about, say, all of the pagan religions of all, that they tapped into this knowledge. They were communicating with demons who are masquerading as the one true God. So in that sense, sure. I mean, a Hindu person could have spoken on behalf of their false god, um, but true gods only, or sorry, true prophets only speak on behalf of Yahweh, the God of Israel, because he's the only God that is actually really God. Like, is in control of everything, the creator of the universe and whatnot.
Can I
Gotcha.
ask? Sorry.
Yeah.
Can I ask another question?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you, my friend, for being so open. I really appreciate your demeanor. Something that's been challenging me when it comes to Islam is what was just said. From what understanding, Muslims do openly and admittedly worship the same God of Abraham, the same God that Jews worship. Is this not, or am I misunderstanding something?
Yeah. That's what we think. That yeah. I mean, we don't say that. We say that Jesus was a prophet, right? That's the difference between Christianity and us. But we believe that Christianity and Judaism, original God is same as Islam, which is Islam's God, which is Allah.
So the second part of that, or what's associated to that, which I can't understand, is that Islam came from the same region, the same places that Christianity and Judaism came from, but the practices and the beliefs are different, including halal and kosher. I mean, why, if you believe in the same God, do you not eat kosher and have to eat halal instead?
There, we can eat kosher, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah, but there a lot of teachings are similar. In Quranic teachings are very similar to the previous books, Old Testament, New Testament. But there are some changes um, in Quran. Like few things change because Quran is the latest revelation from Allah Ta'ala, and with every passage of time, that's what we believe. With every passage of time, according to the evolution of humanity or human civilization, accordingly, God sent us the teachings, and eventually, till Quran, God says that now I have finalized my teaching or finalized my religion. That's in Quran.
Okay, so there's no problem with eating kosher, partaking in kosher, but that still leaves the question: why was there a need for halal when kosher already exists and you're from the same region?
That, I mean, kosher is. What's the difference between kosher and halal, by the way?
That's my question to you. I have no idea. That's what
Yeah,
I'm trying to figure out.
because I know that I was told that we can eat kosher. Okay,
Okay.
I asked a Muslim alim, and he said, yeah, we can eat kosher, but I didn't specifically ask. I don't know what's the exact difference between kosher and halal.
Okay.
Once I know the difference, then I can understand it more. Why then it changed?
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
I can
So
give you
there
one
are
example.
some
Yeah.
good. I was just gonna say that I can tell you some specific examples, but the basic gist of it is that you both have a set of forbidden foods. A lot of them overlap, but some don't. There's some that Judaism forbids that Islam doesn't, and vice versa.
Actually, yeah. Actually, Judaism forbids more than Islam. That's what I heard. In Judaism, more things are forbidden, and in Islam, there are also several things forbidden, but not as many as in Judaism.
Yeah, that's generally speaking correct.
Right.
We could get into specifics, but I think the point here is so the
I have
Jewish
one question
people.
though. I have one question to what you said earlier.
Yep. Go ahead.
What I understood that from Hinduism, you were saying that if they were not pointing to Jesus as God, then they are not they may not be true revelation, right? So
Correct.
do you say same thing about Judaism? Was Judaism pointing to Jesus as God, or was it pointing to a different God?
Yeah. Well, so was being the key word here. So Second Temple Judaism, which is the Judaism at the time of Jesus, was absolutely looking for this Messiah figure who would be God incarnate. We know this from Jewish writings that predate the coming of Jesus, in addition, of course, to the Bible itself. But I'm talking about additional texts, so we're not even talking about just interpretation of the Bible, but other texts prove that the interpretation of the Bible was as such. Uh, After Jesus died and was resurrected, in the year 70, so roughly 40 years after Jesus was crucified and rose from the dead, the Jewish people got in a war with the Roman Empire, that they tried to rebel and overthrow the Romans. And as a result, the temple was destroyed, Jerusalem was destroyed, and Judaism was scattered far and wide. We know that there was at least half a dozen different sects of Judaism before the destruction of the temple. Afterwards, all of them except for one disappear from history. And we don't know for sure why, but I think probably because all of the followers of other sects, they all became Christians, because all of the earliest Christians were Jews. 100% of the earliest Christians were Jewish people who had come to believe that Jesus was the promised Messiah, the figure that they had been looking forward towards. Then the next converts were what were called God-fearers, people who were interested in Judaism but hadn't formally converted. So they were already following the Jewish law, but they weren't keeping all the customs and whatnot, and they hadn't formally converted. And then after that, then eventually it spread to the entirety of the Roman Empire and conquered the entire political universe at the time, peacefully speaking. And that one sect of Judaism that continued on was the Pharisees, which is now Rabbinic Judaism. And this is the sect that in the Bible is most clearly opposed to Jesus. They were the leaders, they were in the position of power, and they opposed the coming of Jesus because they didn't want to lose their own power. So after the destruction of the temple, which should have really been the end of Judaism, because you can't properly keep the Jewish laws without a temple, and it's never been rebuilt since then. Judaism morphed into being something different. So modern Judaism is much less connected to ancient Judaism than Christianity is connected to ancient Judaism.
Okay, got it. Got it. And I just want to say one last thing for the question which the other brother asked. Uh, that was, why there are different things change in Quran. One example I know, I just want to relate that, and you can correct me. I don't know exactly the words, but you can correct me and if I am saying something wrong. So in Old Testament, there was at that time the people, the Jews of that time, they were kind of they needed to be uplifted in a way that they need to get braver. So the Old Testament asked them to take an eye for an eye, to get your revenge, take an eye for an eye, to stand up for themselves. Eventually they become so, what you call, they so arrogant or so proud, or so, you can say, they cross the limits of taking revenge. They went too far sometimes. They become, you can say, cruel. And at that time in the New Testament, the teaching was like, if somebody hits you on one cheek, offer the other cheek, which is like mercy, right? But when Quran comes, Quran says that when something does a bad for you, bad against you, take your revenge and don't forgive them unless by forgiving is for the betterment. So now Islam completes the teaching. That's what the Quran actually. That's what we believe in. That it completed many the teaching. So it asks for the mercy. It only do mercy if it's good for is for betterment. Otherwise, you should take the revenge, or if somebody does bad, he should be punished. So that's what I wanted to give an example that I know.
So to me, it sounds like jumping from Judaism to Christianity now. It seems to me that there was a complete jump over Christianity and ignoring the teachings of Christ. If you're going to take that approach, if you're going to say that the evolution from an eye to an eye is to, be even more aggressive, then what about turn the other cheek and love your enemy?
No. It's not being more aggressive. It's about, if somebody does a bad, he should be punished. Or if somebody does bad to you, you have all the right to take revenge. But if you do mercy against him, and if it's betterment, just don't do mercy. That may encourage him to do bad again. Do mercy if it's betterment. If you think that will have good results, then do the mercy. And mercy is always encouraged in that case.
I see, but still, that leaves the other question now of the other saying that Christ teaches, which is if someone doesn't receive you, or if someone is a detriment to the body of Christ or to the people, you cut them off, you pluck them out, or if you go to somewhere else and they're not receiving you, you dust your feet and move on. So again, that's still in the nature of turning the other cheek and loving your enemy instead of forcing them in a certain way. If they're unwilling to accept the truth, then you've done all you can. You have to move on.
Yeah, as far as religion is concerned, I was talking about more like human crimes. Mercy in that regard. If somebody does a bad with you in terms of human crimes, but as far as religion is concerned, according to Islam, there is no compulsion in religion. So you cannot give punishment based upon, and especially I mean, it's on God. He will decide what's in somebody's heart and decide for the paradise or hell accordingly. But we cannot decide ourselves. So, and we cannot do any punishment on the basis of religion. So we should be secular in that manner.
So what I'm understanding is that Islam is saying that when it comes to punishment, that is something that is legalistic and secular, and everything else is spiritual. Am I misunderstanding that?
As far as religion is concerned, there is no compulsion. If somebody accepts your point of view, fine. If it does, somebody does not accept your point of view, that is fine too. You everybody has is a seeker. And he can look for God his own way, right? We cannot say that since he's not a Muslim, he needs to be punished. Also, according to Islam is a, based upon my understanding, Islam may be the only religion on which if its non-believers, like non-Muslims, can also go to heaven if they are good with humanity. And it's in the Quranic verses that people who are good people and who do good with humanity, they can go to they will get good from Allah, and in fact they will get a extra bonus from Allah, extra rewards from Allah, and they will go to paradise. So, 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 based upon religion, there is no compulsion. Yes, the people who are liars, who see the truth, even seeing the truth, they just try to cover the truth, and they are abusive, and they do violence, and they do all the bad stuff on the name of religion, regardless they are Muslims or Christians or whoever. That's forbidden, or that's for I don't know what's the right word. That are not liked in Quran.
Yeah, but
So,
sorry, go ahead.
so I don't want to go too much longer, but I definitely need to touch on some of the things you said here. Well, first of all, Marion says, and she's quoting the Bible here, vengeance is mine, says the Lord, and that God declares that vengeance belongs to him alone. This isn't really like something that you could just say, oh, it was an incomplete teaching. It seems to be a complete contradiction when you say that vengeance belongs to the individual. But far more important than that, what you are advocating for is not Islam. You can say that you got it from the Quran, but you only can get it from the Quran by ignoring a lot of the verses of the Quran. And it's not what any Muslim scholar, any teacher of Islam has ever taught. The no compulsion in religion verse, all the scholars viewed it in one of two ways. They either viewed it as a command for a specific time and place, and that the general command was to wage offensive jihad, or they viewed it as abrogated and a teaching that no longer applies, and the final marching orders were to propagate Islam through the power of the sword. So this is what Islam has always taught and has always done. What you're speaking about is a very liberal, modern reinterpretation of Islam. It's not something that Muhammad would recognize. It's not something that any early Muslim would recognize.
Yes, but yes, but I can present all the Quranic verses on what I'm saying, and there are scholars who say the same thing. And again, as I was saying, there was a prophecy by Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, as well, that a time will come that when my ulama are the religious leaders, Muslim religious leaders, will be the worst people under sky. Will be the worst people under sky. Quran will be decorated but will not be understood properly, and mosque will be full of people but without guidance. So that time would be coming, and in that time the religious leaders of course are going to associate things or misinterpret the Quranic ayat or present the Quranic ayat out of context to propagate something which is actually not Islam. The jihad and all that they present out of context. The ayat they present are totally out of context. Um, and there are other ayat which are totally saying the other talking about peace. They present ayat which are talking about when there's a war happening. When there's a war happening, there are some ayat, and some of the Muslim scholars use those ayat to encourage people for jihad, which is, they are the worst people. Uh, but actually, if you put everything out of context, you will find the verses, and you put all the verses together. What I'm telling you is totally based upon Quran.
So, would you be interested in scheduling a time to discuss that? Because
Yeah,
it's a big topic,
that will be
and I love.
sure, and I will, yeah, sure, I can do that. And at the same time, I will say that no religion. I'm not saying that Christianity is bad or Islam is good. All religions are good religions. What you find peace in, what you are in love with, follow that religion to find God. Just seek for God and follow your way. You know. Um,
Well, I would half agree with that. I would agree that people should seek truth. They should seek the religion that speaks to them as being true. However, only one religion can be true.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
completely. It sounds nice to say all religions are good and all religions have truth in them or whatever, but logically speaking, it's completely false. So at most, one religion can be
Eventually
true
God,
because
yes, and but eventually God will lead to the right path. I mean, follow whatever path you follow, eventually God will lead you to the right path.
Amen. I got to agree with
yeah.
this. Call's
So
very
we'll
spiritual.
schedule a time to talk in more detail about the whether Islam teaches peace or whether it teaches jihad. That would be a great talk. I did want to read this super chat before we go from Mark 14:48, quoting the Bible here. Jesus answered and said to them, "Take heed that no man deceive you, for many shall come in my name, saying, I am the Messiah, and shall deceive many." And then he points out that Muslims say Jesus is the Messiah, and they are many. This would be an example of one of the many places where the Bible makes clear that there is nothing to come after Jesus. Like there's nothing that people are looking forward to. Obviously, there's time after Jesus, and things will happen, but there's no figure that people are looking to. And whenever someone ascribes someone an else as being a prophet in like the full sense of the term, or being more important than Jesus, or even at the same level of importance as Jesus, they are speaking falsely, and they are condemned by Jesus. He didn't quote the whole thing, or he quoted a full sentence, don't get me wrong, but if you read on, Jesus will say that he utterly rejects these people, and that Christians are to be on the lookout for these things, that there will be people who come and say, our new religion's just as good. Maybe it's even better than Jesus. We're the true followers of Jesus, and so on and so forth, which is exactly what Islam does. And to be clear, you personally are a lot closer to the truth than what the average Muslim will tell me, because they would say that absolutely, Muhammad is the last prophet, he's the final authority over all things, and so on and so forth. At least you're acknowledging that he's not in a special position. And I would agree with you that this is more consistent with the Quran than what Islam teaches. So I think you're on the right path. I think that you personally are definitely heading towards God. But Jesus is uncompromising. It's him or nothing. And that if you don't put your trust in Jesus, the only other thing you can put your trust in ultimately is yourself. You put your trust in yourself to do enough good deeds, do enough to earn your salvation. And he says that's not going to work. I am perfect. God is perfect. I cannot tolerate any degree of sin. You might be better than 99.99% of humans, but you still are nowhere near my standard, and I cannot tolerate sin. The only possibility you have for salvation, according to Jesus, is to accept the free gift he offers.
Thaddeus, can I plug one more thing before we go?
Yeah, go ahead.
I forgot to. And for the brother that came up, Ghussa, I believe. Thank you for coming up. It was a pleasure getting to meet you. And I will be watching your stream when you get to do it with Thaddeus. Yeah, just so for those still around, please subscribe to my channel. I hate saying that, but since I'm trying to be a content creator here, and I will be posting another video, please do that. I'll be posting the links that I mentioned to Thaddeus and that as well in that video, and so on, for my other projects. If you can support me, please do. Please forgive my tears earlier. Just the one thing that I regret in life is not doing more with all the time that I had and all the blessings that I had. But you know, again, I'm just going to keep on doing what I can do, and hope for the best. And I appreciate your prayers and support. And keep an eye out for my future projects on the stream. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, if you could give me the link to your channel, I'll put that in the video description for everyone,
It's an
as
email.
well as the pinned comment.
All right,
Oh,
thank
okay,
you.
very good. I'll
Thank
get that modified. I obviously overlooked it. I should have got it before the stream, but I'll get that there
No,
now.
I should have done that.
Thank
That
you
was
for,
on me. That was on me.
yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you for coming on today and presenting, Nick. Thank you, Ghussa, for coming up and having a good chat with us. I would be
Thank you.
thrilled.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thanks
I'd be
for
thrilled to
your
talk to you again.
thanks for time and thanks for the kind words. Thank you.
God bless you.
God bless you.
If you want to ask, or if you have any closing thoughts or a closing question, I'd be happy to take one more thing before we go.
Yeah, no, I think we pretty much discussed what I wanted to discuss. Just one thing, we still consider. I consider Prophet Muhammad. You said we don't consider him at a special position. I still do consider him as a special position. I think he's the best of prophets, and his book is final. That's what I consider. But it doesn't mean that more prophets cannot come.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you for clarifying that. We can definitely have a discussion on that or on jihad or anything else you desire. It was really, really pleasant talking to you. Really good
Same here.
discussion, and I would definitely welcome you back.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep. And there's a private chat here on the end, our end, that no one else can see besides the three of us. If you want to leave your contact information there, I'll make sure to get in contact with you.
Okay.
Alrighty, to the audience, thank you all for joining in today. I'll get the links posted to Nick's material or his channel and his GoFundMe and anything else within the next. Well, I'll get the channel link posted right away, and if he gives me the GoFundMe, I'll get that posted right away as well. Thank you everyone for joining in today. Tomorrow I'll be on House of Hikmah. We will be, what you really want to know is that David Wood will be on the show as well. We'll be looking at Ramadan, discussing what it means to Muslims and so forth. And then Friday, I have my weekly Bible study on my other channel, Reasoned Worship. And on Saturday, I don't remember what I'm doing Saturday. I think there's two things. The second one is for, it'll be on Your Brother in Christ channel. He has a challenge open to Muslims to prove that the Bible is corrupted. So we will, or changed, if you prefer that word. So that should be fun. And I do have something earlier in the day, but I forget what it is. Anyway, lots of stuff coming up on this channel. So make sure you're subscribed if you haven't already. If you want to see all of my upcoming schedule, you can go to my calendar at reasontheanswers.com/calendar. Very shortly, that calendar will be unified and have lots of other people's live streams on it as well. For now, it has mine, but soon it will have a bunch of other people's as well, because I started to write the code to do that. It's almost ready to go. Look for official announcement on that very shortly. Thank you once again for joining us. Have a great week. Go and serve the Lord. God bless.
Thank you.